Excellent, thank you. So welcome everybody. Today we are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pay respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Oki, and welcome. Thank you everybody. So first I would like to call for an approval of the agenda. Craig. Okay. Okay. So 11.2 and move that to 8.8. Okay. Sounds good. And other items. So we do need to add a letter regarding fuel prices under action items, and that will be 8.9. Is there anything else? Seeing none, looking for an approval. Some of that, Christine, and all in favor? And that's carried. And then next, I'm looking for an approval of the minutes. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, if I can get somebody to approve, Christina, and those in favor? And that's carried. And then moving on to the associate superintendent reports. So we'll start with business and operations, Christine.
Thank you. So my report is in the package. Capital. There's always stuff going on in capital, but I'm going to save some of that because we're going to be dealing with a lot of capital items later in the agenda. Just that our school in Gary Station, the new school under design is progressing. We've just finished schematic design and we've started design development. That's where we start talking about electrical and mechanical and all that fun stuff. I'm hoping that I can get a final design that I can actually show the board on what it looks like on the inside and the outside. So hopefully I can get that to you soon. Of course, it is budget season, and we still have not received our funding profile. I'm hoping to receive it hopefully tomorrow or this week. Or later this week, and then we'll have a better idea. But we have started having conversations with Instructional Budget Committee, and we had the meeting today, and then we'll have a meeting tomorrow. So on that. And then occupational health and safety, we've been doing lots of training. We've had our caretakers and maintenance had some first aid training. We've had over 70 staff this year to participate in CEVA training, which helps them work with some of our students and keep them safe. And then we have 9 caretakers who are enrolled in the SATE 5th class power engineer course. We were required to have, of course, our boilers checked by qualified personnel twice a day. And so we needed to get some of our caretakers trained, and that's a long process. It's a 6-month course. And so we're helping support them through that, as well as providing some tutoring. So that's exciting. Technology. Oh my goodness, technology. Always have lots of things going on. I guess it was the biggest buzz right now is the Minecraft challenge has been launched. And if you haven't gone on the website to see the video, enticing kids to enter that contest, it's pretty neat. We sent it out actually to our design team for Gary Station, as well as the developers, and said, look at them. They just think that's the greatest thing that we have our kids trying to design a school out of through Minecraft. So May 31st is the deadline. So we're looking forward to that. Other things going on, teams, of course, looking at a new service ticket system called Fresh Service, and this will continue to help provide data for the technology department, as well as, provide better information for schools and make it easier for them when they're putting in a technology ticket. I don't know why technology never breaks down, but apparently. And of course, we're hosting, our school division is hosting a roundtable in April regarding the prevention of cyber attacks. So that's always something first in mind. And our team really takes the protection of our system seriously. So really do appreciate the work they do there. And they're also, our team is participating in Career Transitions career fair called EPIC. And they will be talking to students about careers as being a technology professional. So there's a few things from the technology department. In transportation, I guess the hottest topic is right now is that we have set our bell times for next year. We set those bell times in order to try and correct some issues that we're having this year with timing of buses arriving late. And it's quite a sophisticated dance that we have to go through. And so we've pretty much flipped our bell times back to close to what they were in 2021 because what we were doing this year just wasn't working with the system that we had. I know that we've had some parent concerns on that the trustees have heard. We have parent concerns when they're early, when they're late, because depending on your family situation. So I know it's one of those things that it's hard to make everybody happy through the process. But I know that there might have been some comments from trustees on the bell times. This might be a good time to have that discussion.
Sounds good. Christina.
Thank you. So first, I want to appreciate the work that goes into setting bell times. It's a very complicated dance across the city. And certainly it's a very precarious one, many resources involved. But in honor of sort of representing parents and representing students, I do just want to share some of the concerns that have been brought up. So certainly concerns with moving elementary times quite close to 9 a.m. in some cases. Many parents contacting me nervous about their work situation and that they wouldn't be able to get that sort of flexibility to change now back again from times that they had previously changed, and that it, compromised their ability to keep their position in their perspective. Also, a lot of concern around the morning around if that were to be the case, that they were not able to change their times for work, that they would need before school care and sort of the limited options for that. And certainly that's not a division responsibility necessarily to provide before school care, but it is something I think that we do as a collective need to be aware of, and in honor of keeping our kids at the center, of recognizing that their morning experience is also important, and where or when they receive care before they enter our classroom really changes how they access their education. When they are in a before school care program, that can have lots of great benefits to their day, but it can also have lots of detriments if it's something that's not best for their family, but is because they had no other option. And of course, the limited options available in before care and the changing sort of financial landscape of out-of-school care changes a lot of options for parents. There's an understanding or out-of-school care and childcare has changed a lot in the last few months, but it has not changed for before and after school care. The affordability agreement does not impact school-age children other than kindergartners. And so fees have not come down at all for parents of school-age children, the way that it has been shared in the media about childcare fees going down. So school-age parents still face extremely high rates of fees in order to cover the high needs of supervision in a before school care program. So I just wanted to put that into the record. And then there's some concern on the other side of the day around extracurricular and the ability to access what we all know is really important for child development, out-of-school care programs, sports programs, recreation, all those sort of fun pieces. So those ones that are not happening by the school, because obviously those would be well linked to the bell time. There was one comment of saying from a school that was moving pretty close to 4 o'clock dismissal, I was already done Taekwondo by 4:15 today. Do we have a way that is the community actually able to respond to these bell times and still ensure that the kids have access to those really vitally important opportunities? And then finally, it was just, there was a sense of a lack of understanding among the community about how bell times get set, about what are the factors, because, you know, there's many factors that are, many of them are outside of our control. And I would just wonder if there's a way that we could improve communication to our community around sort of what are all the pieces of a Venn diagram that go into this is the bell time, because there are so many features that go beyond just obviously individual preference. And especially for families, there's a lot of families who are asking about this because they don't actually use the busing. When busing is perceived to be a main driver, you know, they say, you know, my school only has one bus. Why are the rest of the 600 kids at the school changing the bell time for that one bus? And I think that we as a board could improve our communication about what are the factors so that we can gain greater understanding of how these decisions get made. So that's my piece. I just wanted to speak that in, and I recognize that those are set, and but I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you for those, Christina. Andrea?
I'm just wondering if there could be a column added showing the total gross time per school that the schools would be in the spreadsheet in some way?
Actually, there is. It's just I did not provide it.
Oh, okay.
The schools get it.
Oh.
That shows the time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Their
And
total instructional time. Yeah.
I'm just noticing like there are some very differing ending times for schools. And I'm wondering, will principals and staffs have a chance to give feedback before this is finalized?
Well, it is final now, and they did. We did send it out, and we did a few minor tweaks. But when you tweak one, you throw the whole system into chaos. That's what we did this year. When the bell time's out, we started tweaking, and you all saw the mess that we had this year, right? Who were trying to correct the mess we had this year, and we had to have very scripted times and length of time between runs in order to make it run so kids are getting to school on time. And that, I mean, we heard huge complaints. And yeah, absolutely everything Christina said was correct. It is a problem. It can be a problem for before school or after school care. It can be, you know, an issue with extracurricular. You know, when we were talking to Southland in Calgary, they run their buses till the pickup. Sometimes the school's till 4:30. They get out, and so it's in order to make the system work. So unfortunately,
The very late ending times on Fridays, does that mean the children are in school right till that time, or that's when the bus is coming?
no, that's their bell time. They're in school till that bell time. The bus tries to arrive between 7 to 10 minutes ahead of school, getting out so that it's there when the kids get out. Yeah.
So some elementary schools could be ending it a whole hour after others. Is that right, on Fridays? Like at 12:45?
Maybe I can answer questions about instructional time a little bit better, right? So again, Christine and the individual from Holy Spirit worked with Southland on routes and making sure that we didn't, as best we can, not experience what we did this year, right? With late buses, students being dropped off late every morning. And so certainly what the budget allowed, there's the necessity of buses having to do 2 runs. So someone's going to have to be late, someone's going to have to be early. That's just reality. So this year, so some of that's the same as this year. Some of the schools end early on a Friday and some end later on a Friday, just because those buses need to do 2 runs. So a bus to do 1 run and drop the kids off at home and come around and do the other run, there's going to be half the schools, or depending upon the runs, that will be the late. And so instructional hours are all lie within the same parameters. So certainly what I did is, so elementary schools have to have, and middle schools up to grade middle school age students up to grade 9 have to have 950 instructional hours. and high schools have to have 1,000 instructional hours. And so we made sure that, and that column's not in there, but certainly we made sure that are all of the schools exactly equal in terms of the from bell time to bell time? No, but what schools will do is they're all close. They're all within, a matter of hours of each other, and so they're very close in terms of those hours, and then of course very close in terms of, do they need to take off 1 or 2 minutes for a recess or add on 1 or 2 minutes? So all of them are very similar. There's not inequity. I know one school this year who has sort of had the lowest number of instructional hours this year for just hit the bare minimum. Next year, they're more at the upper end. So for that staff, it seems like a significant change, but really they're not out of sync with the rest of the elementary schools. They're all within a set parameter. Middle schools and high schools all have similar parameters.
I know when I certainly look at, like for Galbraith, where at the end of the day, they're changing an entire hour later. But so they do have significant time added to their day. But they don't start an hour later, they start 25 minutes later.
But their total time is in line with all the rest of the schools.
Okay, but it is a significant change. Pardon? Right, and I certainly recognize that, but to me it just seems, and I hear that, I just wanted to clarify that it's definitely a significant increase. Okay, just when we're hearing some concerns, it's for certain that for us to be aware, and that is definitely concerning when we hear those concerns from staff. So, Cheryl?
If you're hearing staff concerns, I want to be really clear that there are not some staff working more hours than other staff. I want to be clear that they all still fall within the assignable time instructional hours paradigms, right? That there's certainly not any staff that are working extraneous hours above other staff.
Thank you. Craig and then Jenny.
A couple of questions. One, the busing. Now, if they go to, let's take Robert Plaxton, just pull it out. Where do the buses go, before Robert Plaxton or after Robert Plaxton? Or do they go, or which buses have to do 2 routes?
A few, and sorry, I didn't bring that with me. Yeah, most schools have we have a few standalone, like a lot of the Davidsons are standalone. We have the odd standalone routes. Plaxton has, they would be married with probably an LCI run in the south. So probably LCI first, then Dr. Plaxton, same with LCI. Also Lakeview. And we actually added another bus to Plaxton this year for next year. So to Plaxton will have 2, and they won't share with Lakeview. This year they're sharing with Lakeview. Lakeview will be on their own, and we won't have a Lakeview Plaxton bus. So that change was made this year to help with the times on that route.
Okay. So. And the second question is, if some of these schools, well, I guess it would be, are the noon hours and the recesses, are they basically standard, or does every school have some of the schools that have a little extra time now, do they have longer recesses? Okay.
And some of the schools have nutrition breaks, some still have the traditional lunch and recess break, right? And so that's a site-based decision.
Okay. And I guess the last comment that is just that it would seem that, and I agree with Christina, that maybe we need to look at improving our communication with parents on a number of issues. And so that could be a later discussion somewhere down the road. But it obviously, we're missing the mark on a couple of things. Thanks.
Jenny?
I just had a question, and you mentioned that we before had a bus that was doing 2 elementary schools. Do we still have that going on in anywhere in the division? Do we have some, like Plaxton kids and Lakeview kids were on the bus at the same time? Do we have that this year?
For next year, I can't recall. I know we changed it for, sometimes we have to for efficiency's sake, because there's not enough kids from one school in an area. So we might have a Catholic Catholic Galbraith together on a bus, but
I just know I was asked about that and why it was like that, and I didn't have an
well,
understanding.
it's trying to maximize the efficiency of our busing system as best as
Okay.
possible, because each bus costs $60,000 a year, and we just don't have the budget. If I could
Okay.
throw money at this, I would add 10 more buses. It
Yeah.
would make it a lot easier, for sure.
And so then just continuing with anticipating, the reason I asked that
Can
is
I
then-
stop you for 2 seconds? Because I want to just add 2 pieces to that.
Sure, yeah.
Just one piece looking provincially in regards to the piece of 2 schools being on the same bus. Provincially, there's been lots of discussion about the same bus driving past kids. And when Alberta Education is funding our transportation, and when we look at, like in Edmonton and Calgary, the students and families are paying for busing fees. And when we look at efficiencies, that's definitely one of the largest pieces, is that if a bus is driving past students that are standing at a bus stop just because they're from the Catholic system, where can we look for those efficiencies provincially? It's been a real big push. And when we're looking to, request transportation funding, we also need to look at what the impact of those pieces are that we can be making a difference in our division and where we can be sharing. Certainly, if the buses are full anyway, and that's not a possibility, but I certainly know that, yes, and I know that that has happened, but that is just one piece of information as trustees that we can certainly be sharing, is that if we're wanting to reduce the option that there would be busing fees in the future, is that this is a place of efficiency when a bus is driving past the same students that are going to a school literally just down the street. So.
Jenny, where possible, because we coordinate with Holy Spirit, if we had students in the same area and the bus isn't full. So if I have a bus that's full going to one of my schools, I couldn't pick up another school division's kids, and vice versa. But where it makes sense, where they're in the same area and we're within 5 minutes of each other, each division school, and they're not, and we don't need a full bus for each school, then certainly we try and do that as best we can. We do it with Chinook, for instance. On the west side, we have Chinook and CCH, but we marry the kids together
Okay.
on those routes.
I just asked just in trying to anticipate questions.
Yep.
My other question is, right now we have our elementary and our middle school and our high school kids all riding the bus separate from each other. Is there limitations to being allowed to pick up full families in a neighborhood and then go to school and then go to the middle school? Do you know what I mean? Is there a barrier to allowing those kids to ride the same bus together?
There's not necessarily a barrier, other than we don't have enough buses necessarily to do that per school. Because we have done where we've picked up middle school kids and elementary kids together. We did that this year. In fact, when we were short drivers, we did that, I think, with Westminster. We had some Wilson and Westminster kids together when we had to do that. I mean, we will when we need to, but sometimes it doesn't work. And then we would have to watch the timing of all the.
You found it less efficient that way?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. And my last question is, I know that we're trying to avoid parents and families having to pay for busing fees, but if we're looking at discrepancies of 50 minutes between when their high school kids and their elementary kids are going into school, is it more expensive for them to be paying for childcare than it would be for busing fees? Which one is maybe more? I don't know how we look at that, but this is the feedback we're getting from parents and families is, what do I do? There's not supervision at the school. What do I do with my kid for almost a full hour, especially when it's cold out? I can't leave them waiting at the bus. I can't trust my 5-year-old to walk down to the bus. So I'm just wondering, is it always most efficient to be avoiding parents helping to cover the cost of the busing, or?
It's something we'd certainly have to look at, its ability to pay. I'm pretty proud of the fact we've been able to avoid having fees in this division for transportation for so long. But I mean, certainly we might have to look at Holy Spirit that only charges fees. They bus kids within at elementary from 1.6 to 2.4 kilometers for a fee, those extra riders. We can't afford to do that because they use their rural transportation grant to subsidize that cost. We can't afford to do that. The fees could be, $300 to $400 a year per family. I'm just talking off the top of the head, so that's not necessarily accurate. And again, question is that affordability to pay? Some can afford it, some can't. So it's, yeah, it's a tough one.
Cheryl?
That for next year, that hopefully will change because our secondary kids are out earlier than the elementary, Jenny, right? So if a family is looking for their secondary age kids to look after their elementary age students, they'll be available.
So I guess it's just not everybody has a child in each level. So some of the emails that have come in, that's their concern is the high school versus the elementary. So if they don't have a middle schooler in their family.
No, our high schools are out earlier than the elementary.
Oh, I mean early in
next
the
year.
morning. In the morning.
Oh, in the morning. Yeah, you
Because
can't
some
have
are
both morning
starting
and
at-
afternoon.
Yeah,
I
and
guess
so
it
what I'm saying
depends,
is if they're paying for childcare, which costs them more, paying for busing or paying for childcare? Do you know what I mean?
Depending on how we structured it, they have to pay for childcare anyways. 'Cause at
Either the
some-
morning or after
morning or
school.
afternoon, they're going to, at some point, if you're gonna have to pay childcare. And part of the problem is that in Lethbridge, we have people who start work at 8, some or 7:30. We have people start at 8. We have people start at 8:30. We have people start their work at 9. Some start at 10 o'clock. And so, trying to address every family circumstance for when they may start work is difficult. It's a challenge.
Christina?
It's a really tough one.
So if a high school student starts early, they'll be able to do the after school. But they won't be able to do the before school. If they were to start late, they wouldn't be able to do the before school, but they'd be able to do the after school. It'd be impossible to schedule high school or any secondary to do both because then they'd have way too many hours. You can't have the secondary age kids starting earlier and ending, starting later and ending earlier because it wouldn't work.
Christina and then Craig.
I appreciate the creative thinking about like how might we work with families to make this work. But I think respectfully that it's like it's sort of a question that we don't need to isolate ourselves to, right? It's not like bus fees or or childcare, right? I think this experience that I imagine we have every year underlies that we need to be a partner in all care for children, and that we've talked a lot on this board about what kind of services that students need from community, and I think that this is another one of those moments where when we work together with community, and in this case child cares or out of school cares, that we can see better results for children, and that we don't need to position ourselves of it's only these two options, that we're put in this situation by a variety of external factors that are not within our control, but they are within our advocacy scope, right? Both as partners with childcare providers and as advocates for sufficient funding for transportation so that we don't need to make compromises for children's education because buses don't run on time, right? So I think that we could, if in terms of action on this, I respect all the work that's gone into this, and I would be interested in exploring how we can continue to advocate on a few of these fronts where there's impact to student learning because of things that are being decided not at this table. Yeah.
Go ahead, Christine.
And I just do want to add that when the new funding model came in for the province back in 2020, 21, all they did was give us an increase over what we had in 2019, 2020. And then for the year we're in, we got no increase in transportation. And then for next year, they're giving us 4.6% increase, which is great. But in these 3 years, it hasn't that giving that speed doesn't recognize how many more eligible students we're actually transporting, because we're transporting quite a few more eligible students, which we would have gotten funding for, which when we have more money, it makes it easier to, add buses here and there to make it run smoother, or some standalones when the timing just doesn't work right. And so they're redoing the funding formula for transportation, which we're supposed to see next budget year. I'm hoping it's favorable to divisions that have complex systems like we do, and that maybe this won't be as big of a worry next year. I'm hoping. It's my Pollyanna for the day.
Sounds good. Craig?
And I can see, concerns because, different times from this year to next year. But I guess my concern is, what is the optimal time for a student to go to school? And as I look through this year, 8 o'clock for elementary is way too early, as far as I can see. But 8:30, I'm one that looks at the new times, and I think they're more favorable to elementary students getting a better start to the day than at 8 o'clock. Now, I know that some parents have the opposite perspective because of jobs and that, but honestly, when I look at it, I'm going, my goodness, at 8 o'clock, your young kid isn't ready to operate most of the time. I know I wasn't. But anyway, I don't mind the times, but I just think our communication could be better with everybody.
Sounds good. Thank you, everyone, for the comments. Go ahead, Andrea.
To Craig's point, there's definitely research that the older students should start later in the day, research on that they should get up later and start later. And I'm just wondering if we can have future discussions just to work towards more equitable ending times. And my last question is, if somebody has a very late ending time, does that flip-flop between the schools? Like, are they always the one that gets the later ending time? Does it go back and forth?
Well, I'm hoping eventually we won't have to tweak bell times as much. So if we can improve them next year, we will. But we don't want to be flip-flopping, no. It's because it's just what we did this year. And I rather get to a place where we get it makes sense and we can stay there as relatively close. It's my hope.
Thank you. For my comments, they would be similar to echoing what Christina said, and that those similar conversations with community in regards to the impact to their employment, impact to childcare, impact to community care, and just that communication piece. So I think just really having those conversations is extremely important. And one of the biggest pieces I think that I heard in conversation was that flip-flop piece, that us not doing it again next year, and just really looking at how can we work together with our community partners, how can we work together with our parents to ensure that there is that consistency going forward, so that we're parents that have jobs that they can't just have the ability to switch those schedules, that we're looking after those parents and honoring them. And then also in regards to there's been lots of studies and lots of research. We've certainly as a division have heard presentation in regards to high school students and letting them sleep and they operate better once they have had some extra time. So I know that was definitely one of the favorable pieces with the switch this last year, was the piece of switching those high school students. So again, just that communication piece and really working together with our partners and with our parents to ensure that everybody knows and understands and the impacts that are there. So seeing now, Christina.
So just as a follow-up, because we've had so many emails about this particular topic, will the board be writing a letter that we can send out to them, or can we get some guidance on sort of a collective response?
Yeah. So Cheryl and I will work on a response in the next day-ish, so that we can get them a consistent letter out to everybody, because there are a number of emails that have come in, and I hope that we've represented those voices clearly here today, but we'll get that common response together, and so that we can send that out, as well as when you're at school council meetings, that we can have those conversations. And then again, going forward, just working together towards great communication. So thank you. Back to you, Christine.
I've taken enough time, so I'm good. Thanks.
Are there any other questions for Christine on the rest of her report? Seeing none, we'll move on to Morag with her instructional services report.
So I will try to go quite quickly because the portfolio has not been nearly as exciting as Christine's this last month. Do just want to take a second to welcome Lucy Panchuk, who will be taking over from Anna L. in our department for the next school year. She will be our Instructional Services Admin Assistant there. And then Jackie Fletcher, currently principal at Fleetwood, will be taking over from Ann Muldoon and will be the Director of Inclusive Education starting in August. So some exciting time. Definitely been spending quite a bit of time in interviews and meeting lots of interesting people who can contribute great stuff to our division. Just quickly walking through some of the highlights for March. Parent support. These have been some pieces that have come through instructional services. Either Anne, Kathy, myself, Jim, or Rochelle have worked through specialized programming for exceptionalities, high school dual credit programming inquiries. That one still requires a lot of nursing as we continue to bolster attendance and interest at Lethbridge College. Retentions, unfortunately, or fortunately, we have to have conversations regarding some students and parents requesting retentions or even accelerations, actually. And then at-risk youth and crisis response continues to be something we do on a daily basis in our department. Wellness grants are starting to be discussed. We had our Health Champ meeting just a couple weeks ago, and so every year we release about $25,000 to our division to apply for grants that bolster initiatives around healthy schools, and we're starting a new season right away with our applications. Our health champs did spend some really good time together reviewing our physical education and wellness curriculum draft that is currently online in Alberta Ed, and that is accessible for you to have a look at their feedback. We are done now officially, our Spanish bilingual program review, and we finalized it with our staff survey where we got all of our teachers, 8 of them, providing us with solid feedback around the Spanish bilingual program. Lots of pride around the program. They really enjoy the collaborative synergy that happens among the staff, and then the cultural learning opportunities that also are often visited really create a program that I think at Coalbanks we're very proud of, and we're looking forward to continuing offering a program at GS Lakey. I think just one other piece that will be coming up to the board shortly, because the anti-racism, anti-oppression subcommittee has drafted a policy, and it will be going to the policy committee April 6th to have a look at. Some really great work that's happened there, and also liaising with Edmonton Public, as they have already drafted a policy that is really meaningful and very well thought out and consulted with legal, and we thought it would be really helpful to work with our partners across the province to make sure that we're dotting all of our I's and crossing all of our T's when it comes to human rights. And we're excited to be launching that sooner than later, and looking forward to, I think, really starting to bottleneck as we move forward around inclusive practices. And this is something important for the board, I think, as we look at focus groups moving forward, because we have a positive spaces committee, we have an anti-racism, anti-oppression committee, we have student council work that happens, and we have wellness committee. And I think as we look at how do we align as a system that work going forward into inclusive practices, I've preliminarily spoken to a few principals and our ARAO team, and we really do want to look at a wellness forum for students in the fall, probably late October, early November, and would love to have trustees be a part of that opportunity to hear what our young people are saying around inclusion in our school divisions. So that's just a heads up, and as we do work through the day-to-day, there is a bit of a strategy that's happening and mapping of how we can align our practices and continue to support inclusive schools in our division.
Questions or comments for Morag? Craig?
That's a great question, Craig, because there's never one similar concern when a parent articulates an interest either in retaining or accelerating a student. It's very, very specific to that student. What we really do hear right now is that some parents are concerned about their kids getting behind from the pandemic. And I think what we've really tried to be very mindful of with our parents is that all students have experienced the pandemic, and that falling behind is not necessarily going to be solved through a retention. Depending upon the needs of the child and common practices and research-based practices, when we have students who are identified with exceptionalities, we really do try to make an effort to ensure that wherever the program is for that student, whether they're a year behind or 5 years behind, that it's not grade specific, it's program specific through an IPP. So yeah, that if there's something specific, please don't hesitate to forward my way.
Well, I was just wondering because I've had experience with both. I had a son that was retained in grade 1, which was the best thing for him because of his speech. And I had the experience of being accelerated, which was a terrible experience. And I found out from my friends at this will date me, our 50th anniversary, that not one child that got accelerated loved the experience. So I'm just wondering what's our kind of policy on that in the division?
And like I said, every student is so unique that when we go through the process, and it is charted in policy if you go to retention acceleration, we really sit down as a team and we talk about it. Parents call me, they brainstorm, we talk about where the kids are at. The ideal is if a parent is truly interested in a practice like that we're talking about it early on so we can really observe and see how the child is doing. And I'll be honest, we had one retention happen last year and the parent chose to move them back to their right grade this year, even after 3 years of them asking for a retention and us saying, well, we don't think it's the best thing, and now they're on board. So, you know, we just because we do retain or we do provide opportunities for enriched learning, it doesn't mean that we can't change that, right? And if a child is struggling, that means we all need to put our heads together as adults and brainstorm and figure out what we need to do to support them.
Thanks, Maureen, for that information. I just, knowing that our next board meeting isn't until April 26, one item that I'd like to bring up under this section because it fits with your area is that an invitation has been extended to the board, and I just received it yesterday, for the RAP information evening that's being held on April 28th at 7 p.m. And start time is at 8 at Southland Trailers on the north side. And we can get you more information. And then at 7:30, it'll move over to Southland International, which is across the street. But it's a great opportunity for trustees as well as any parents or students that you'd like to invite out to the evening just to learn more about RAP program and how our division manages that and the opportunities that exist. So as a board, consider this your extension of invitation, and I don't know if we need to RSVP or not, but I'll find out. So, pardon me, it's Thursday, April 28th. So, Tyler.
Just a quick point of information. Although both those businesses are named Southland, they're not the same owners. So don't think they're the same business and two different things. They're actually completely separate businesses.
Yeah, so I will forward this to Leanne, and then she can make sure that all of the trustees receive that information. Okay. Thank you for all the work you do, Morag. Thanks. And knowing that we have our Edwin Parr nominee here, I'd like to stop at this point and carry on with that piece. So in your agenda packages, it's 7.1. And I know that, Mike, you're going to do this piece. Nope.
I'm actually not going to say much. We're going to turn it over to Lene and Bob to introduce Ashley. So if you want to say a few words and then I can say a couple words.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So it sounds like we're going to have them come up to the front here.
Would you like me to speak and just give a little bit
Sure.
of background? Sure.
Yep.
So we'll let Lene, Bob, and Ashley get settled there. And I'm not going to do much talking about our Edwin Parr nominee or anything like that. I'll just board a little bit of background. So the Edwin Parr Award is an award that's given to a beginning teacher who shows excellent skills and has been a tremendous attribute for the students and for the school division. The Edwin Parr Awards are given across the province. Each division has a nominee, and then those nominees come together in zones, and there's a competition for the winner for the zone, and then they actually go to the provincial level. So we do have a nominee for this year, and I'm going to turn it over to Lene, and she will introduce herself and her team and our Edwin Parr nominee. So thanks, and thank you guys for coming here today. We really appreciate it.
The people that are watching can't.
Oh, okay. Great. Thank you. I had to type everything down because I'm not quite great on my feet like that. But thank you so much for having us. It's really nice to see a lot of familiar faces in person. That's wonderful. It is with immense pride and pleasure that Senator Buchanan School introduces Lethbridge School Division's 2022 Edwin Parr nominee, Ashley Zrim. So thank you for allowing us to share with you some amazing highlights of her. My name is Lene Fife, and this is Bob White, and we are fortunate enough to serve together as the administrative team at Senator Buchanan School.
Ashley joined the staff at Senator Buchanan School for September 2020 to December 2020 as an intern teacher from the University of Lethbridge. We were very lucky to have Ashley officially join our staff for the 21-22 school year as part of a dynamic grade 1 team. She is always ready to discuss and collaborate, but also enjoys leading a team. She assists all involved and pushes everyone to do the best they can to achieve all the outcomes.
Ashley is a valuable member of our school community and can be found putting her time in to help students achieve their potential and cheering them on to do the very best that they can. She strives to create a safe place for her students to learn and explore their interests and is open to their point of views as more opportunities come up. Not only does she support her students, she also supports the school as a whole in any way that she can. She enjoys planning school events, but also supports others by contributing to everything possible to motivate not only her colleagues, her students, but the entire school community. She enjoys fundraising, school-themed days, and community involvement, which benefits our school community as a whole.
Ashley is a fantastic teacher who believes that all children can learn in their own way and at their own pace with the support of a caring and responsive learning team. Her class is made up of 18 extremely diverse learners. These diverse learners can be challenging for even a veteran teacher, but Ashley has taken the time to individually know each of her students and where they are as learners to inform her choices of instructional strategies to ensure student growth. She shows each day a maturity and understanding of her students, circumstances and struggles, and celebrates enthusiastically their successes. Her kind heart and empathetic nature makes her instantly lovable, approachable, and easy for anyone to talk to.
In her spare time, Ashley enjoys playing sports, traveling, spending time with family and friends. She's eager to begin her teaching journey and looks forward to seeing her student successes, current, future, and forever. Ashley has demonstrated a work ethic, commitment to continuous self-improvement well beyond her beginning years. For these reasons and many more, we are very proud to have Ashley Zrim represent Lethbridge School Division as our Edwin Parr nominee. Oh.
Here we go. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I can't wait to kind of be in the students' lives and watch them grow every single day. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashley. We're definitely proud to have you as our Edwin Parr nominee, and we look forward to having you within our division and the opportunities that our students and families have with you. So thank you so much for everything you've done, and as we move forward, we appreciate everything. Thank you. Tyler.
Just a quick question that's probably for Garrett, but he's not here. Has anyone talked about when the video will be done and ready? Oh, it is done. Are we going to see it? okay, sure would be nice to see it ahead of time at the board meeting. I think that's a great time to present a video with the person who's here. Let's look at that in the future.
Thank you, Tyler, and thank you so much, Ashley, Lene, and Bob. We are going to call in our provincial champions. Tyler has a question.
Yeah, I was just going to say in regard to the video, so it seems to be discussion that we save the video for the banquet, but two things. One is everyone here may not be attending the banquet to see it. Second is if we show it here in public, everybody gets to see it. So I think that for future years, there always seemed to be a lag between when we actually nominated or when we knew who our nominee was and then the video we got. So we always got it kind of the next board meeting later. But if they're done at the same time, which I've always wanted, it would be absolutely fantastic to see the person's video while they're here being congratulated. I think that would be great. So I'd say let's look for that in the future unless there's some other reason the board doesn't feel we should be seeing a video prior to the actual banquet.
Having sat on the selection committee for the zone, it's actually a better idea for everyone to see all of the videos at the same time. Just so that you're not biased towards the appointment from Lethbridge. And I think the other thing is we don't want to let anyone else see the video before everybody else, they see it at the meeting. And that's just one of the things they do at the zone meeting is they show the video to and it would be Allison that would be our representative. So that's just what they do. And I wouldn't mind seeing it, but it would have to be in camera, I guess, because it shouldn't be shown to the public until after the award ceremony.
I think I would need to know more and see more. I know in the past, I've certainly sat here in the audience and seen the videos, and I typically think that that's been when the nominee has come forward. So, but it doesn't get posted to our website until after the ceremony is what I believe. But I think let's wait till Garrett's back and have some conversation with him. I am at, Yes, and I am at zone meeting. I am at zone meeting tomorrow and meeting with the Edwin Parr coordinator for our zone. So I'll ask that question tomorrow as well. Just kind of what that practice is in terms of making it public. Okay. So I understand that all of our champions are not here yet. Mike, do you think you're ready to go? Okay, so we'll go ahead with Mike's presentation. Go ahead.
Yeah, just share some highlights from my report. First of all, just wanted to say on the first part, we're about supporting schools and the number of people we've added to the substitute list. One of the things I've been really pleased with, and I want to give kudos to the HR team, is they've worked really hard to maximize our substitute list. And, you know, we've generally speaking done a good job with the teachers and really seen some significant improvements in our ability to fill support staff positions as well. So really appreciate that work. And I know it's certainly appreciated by the schools as well. Going down to other highlights, just the two bottom bullets that I wanted to call your attention to, and Christine mentioned the first one earlier. Just so you know, to be a head caretaker in our division, you have to be able to work with our boilers, and you need your 5th class power engineering ticket, and you have to complete a course. And so we have put out a call for people who are interested to take that course, and some of our employees are getting together with those folks and doing tutoring sessions, and it's been really well received. And then the next point, Rhonda and Stacy worked with one of our principals, Brock Higginson, to work with our head caretakers just just to do sort of a workshop on leadership, because we recognize that for our head caretakers, they come in with a lot of skills from a caretaking perspective, but they may or may not have leadership experience. And that's a really important part of the role. And we felt it was maybe an area, a little bit of a gap that as a division we hadn't done a great job of supporting. And so Rhonda and Stacy really kind of took a lead on that and said this is something that we need to do. And I think it was really well received. I know Christina had an opportunity to get over there, and the feedback was certainly great from it. So really appreciate that, and just really appreciate the thought about supporting our staff and working towards, yeah, we see we have a gap, and so we need to do something to help improve the situation. Then you can see on the next page, we are into staffing for the next school year, which continues for quite some time. Right now where we're at, we've got principal positions that we're working on filling. Then there'll be some vice principal positions potentially that will open up that we need to fill. And then from there, we'll get into teacher hiring and support staff hiring once we have our budget and schools have their staffing allocations. That's still a few weeks away yet, but it is going, and it'll certainly be busy pretty much up until July. Then in terms of staff absences, just a general trend for you. You can see the charts there. You can see that we sort of peaked in terms of absences around the end of January, early February. We've been on a downward trend. We're on a little bit of an uptick now, and we're going to keep a close eye on those absences for the next little while and see if there's anything we need to do in terms of optimizing our sub list and those sorts of things. So we'll continue to monitor that closely. And that's it for me, unless there's any questions.
Are there any questions for Mike? None. Thank you, Mike.
Can I add one thing? Sorry, I forgot. I also wanted to just take a quick second and introduce our new administrative assistant receptionist, and she does a little bit of human resources, Madeline Gazowski. She's up front there and she's getting trained. She started on Monday. Monday was yesterday, I guess. Seems like a long time ago. But yeah, welcome to her, and certainly very excited to have her on board. That's it.
Thank you, Mike. I think all of our provincial champs are not here yet. I think some of them were told 3:45. Oh, 3:45. Yeah, so do we want to do the presentation, this one? Okay, so what we're going to do next is the intervention for literacy and numeracy, the boost piece. So we're going to have, they are all here. It is a bit of a presentation, so we didn't want to put them first and have the champions wait, but we're going to have them go ahead. Morag, you're going to introduce? Sounds good. Awesome.
I'll introduce the five gentlemen.
As these busy people just settle on in, I would just like to, on behalf of Instructional Services, from right to left, Michaela Demers, our numeracy lead teacher, Karen Rancier, Director of all things curriculum and instruction, and Bev Smith, our ELL/literacy lead teacher, and a fine gentleman that Karen will introduce. It's suspenseful. We'll find out who he is. And yes, we'll do a drum roll and everything. And I'll just say welcome. It's great to have you all here. I know that you've been spending a lot of time together, probably too much time together, planning and aligning and working together to ensure that the Boost program that we were so lucky to be given financial support for from the government, and our kiddos have benefited most certainly, and I look forward, and I'm sure the board also looks forward to hearing from you and the work that you all have done on that front. So welcome.
Thank you, Morag, and thank you all for this opportunity to share and celebrate this amazing program with you. The gentleman here with us is Julian Hazel, and you'll have an opportunity to hear from him directly. He is actually one of our Boost teachers, and so I'll introduce him with a little bit more detail in a few moments. So we just want to, do we have the Boost PowerPoint up yet? Oh, that Leanne, she's so good. There we go. Thank you. So as you are already aware, the BOOST program came into existence because of the funding that Alberta Education provided for our division as a result of what they called learning loss from the pandemic. And so when we thought about learning loss, we didn't really like that language. We felt that was deficit-based thinking, and we wanted something that was a little bit more positive. And so we thought about BOOST. And so when you think about the drink BOOST, Boost is meant to be a nutritional supplement. It is not meant to be something that you eat and drink all day long, every single day. And it's the same thing with our school's Boost program. It's meant to be an academic supplement to the great things that teachers are already doing in their classrooms to meet the needs of their students. We knew a couple of things going into this that we absolutely they were non-negotiables for us. First of all, we did not want this program to be an add-on for our classroom teachers. We wanted this to be supported for them so that they would have as little to do with it as possible in terms of the workload. The second thing that was a non-negotiable for us is we wanted to ensure that everything we did was in alignment with best practices, with what research was saying was the best thing to do for students and what the resources were that would align with that. And so in order to make that happen, we relied very heavily on Bev and Michaela, our literacy and numeracy lead teachers, because they are constantly in that research and looking at resources together. And so we couldn't have the model that we have if we didn't have the work of our literacy and numeracy lead teachers. So even though I've been married for a long time and been telling my husband I know everything, the truth is I don't. And so I would like to work collaboratively with people and bring in their perspectives. And so I invited 3 principals to join us, the lead teachers and me, to talk about what could we make this program look like. So we talked about what the schedule would be. We talked about how allocations would be created. We talked about 0.25 increments with FTE because we knew that there would be schools that wouldn't qualify for FTE because they wouldn't have enough students that would qualify to have a teacher assigned to them. And so one of the principals who did not qualify for any teacher time suggested that those students could then access another Boost teacher in another school virtually through Teams. And so that's the way we've been supporting those students through this program. As you are aware, the Boost program is for grades 2 and 3 as per Alberta Education regulations, and we could provide up to 16 weeks of intervention. And so what we've done is we did 8 weeks of literacy first from the end of November through the end of January, and we are currently in week 7 of 8 of numeracy. Our Boost program ends April 1st. That's how fast those 16 weeks have gone. We also have applied for grade 1 funding. We met that deadline on February the 7th. We have yet to hear from Alberta Education with regards to where we're at with that funding. Grade 1 also qualified for 16 weeks of intervention. 16 weeks from today is July the 7th. So we know that our grade 1s will not get the full 16 weeks of intervention programming. And while that's disappointing, as soon as we get that information from Alberta Education, we're going to get that grade 1 program up and running. We will take it as far into June as we possibly can and make sure that our students have as much support as we can possibly give them. So on our next slide, I know you've already seen this chart, so I won't read it to you. I believe it was part of the board retreat package, but it just has the numbers of students, and it was as a result of those numbers that gave us the numbers of teachers that we could hire. And I'll talk about that in a minute, but first I want Bev and Michaela to have the opportunity to talk a little bit about the assessment tools that we used. Some of those were determined by Alberta Education. One of them was determined by us as a division, to just talk about that. So Bev, I'll let you go first.
So for the literacy assessments, we use the ones that were provided by Alberta Education because the Fountain and Pinell assessment, which we do use as a division in our elementary schools, it was not going to be as easily used for the government's purposes. It is actually more informative for teachers than what we're finding the government's assessments are, but it wasn't going to be applicable. So they provided 2 assessments, the letter name sound assessment, and then the CC3, which is the Castles and Coulthard assessment. So the letter name sound assessment is pretty much what the title implies. It is, what are the letters, what are the sounds, and that's it. Like, it does not look at all at comprehension. It is strictly a phonics assessment. The CC3 is pretty much the same thing, except it's not isolated sounds. There are 3 subtests. In the first one, they read regular words, which would be words like very phonetically regular words like cat, dog, those kind of words. The irregular words test, which would be would, look, like some of those that would be not as phonetically regular, and then made up words. And that's to see if they applied their phonics skills. Again, no comprehension whatsoever with those assessments, strictly phonics.
Thanks. Alberta Education provided the option to use one of 2 different assessments. So for numeracy, the numeracy screening assessment tool could be used, or the MIPI, which is the Mathematics Intervention Programming Instrument. And since teachers in our division have been using the MIPI from grades 2 to 9 formatively to inform their instruction already, we chose to go that direction. So grades 2 and 3 teachers used the MIPI assessment and provided that data to us, which was further analyzed by me. It also provided additional information on outcomes for spatial reasoning and patterning, which was an extension of what we were looking for in the data, as the numeracy screening assessment tool only focused on foundational number sense.
Thank you. So as a result of these numbers and the funding that was associated with them, we were able to hire 7 teachers in the form of 6.5 full-time equivalents. It was very important for us to have certified teachers do this work, because they are the ones that have the educational expertise to be able to make decisions on the spot and adapt programming for students as they need it. So it may interest the board to know a couple of different things. First of all, when students come to the Boost teacher, there are between 4 and 6 of them that come at once. That's what research indicates is the best number of students to come for intervention. But the groups of those students, those groups were actually made up by the teachers and the administrators using this data as well as school-based data. It may also interest the board to know that the Boost teachers, not very many of them are just at one school. Most of them are at 2 different schools, and Julian, that you're going to hear from in a few minutes, is at 3. Bev, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk a little bit more about the literacy intervention component, please.
So the framework that we used was modeled after Jan Richardson's work, and she has, this is a book that came out a couple of years ago, and it's called The Next Step Forward in Reading Intervention. And so we used that model. We had to adapt it somewhat because it is really designed to have 4 staff working in a room at once. So we adjusted that to make it work with 1 teacher, but we kept the principles the same. So there is a focus on comprehension and word work, because if we don't have that comprehension piece there, if we just focused on phonics, we'll make them very good word callers, but that doesn't necessarily make them better readers, because they have to be able to make sense of what they read. So we are working on comprehension and word work, because word work is critical. And as I said, those assessments very much were phonics assessments. So this framework, when they begin, they start with reading a text. So they read a new book. Then they did some phonics and word study, which would be based on the student's needs, might be based on what the teacher determined was needed in that text as well. And then from there, they did some guided writing or rereading for deeper comprehension. Phonics and phonemic awareness, I just wanted to talk for a moment about what the differences are. And that was a heavy focus in the phonics and word study. Most students that are having difficulty with phonics have problems with phonemic awareness. Phonemic awareness is the ability to hear sounds and words, to be able to separate them out, manipulate those sounds. And so it's all done orally, using your mouth and your ears. Once we attach a letter to it, that now becomes phonics. And so it was important that they have that foundation, the oral language foundation for phonemic awareness. So there was phonemic awareness done as well as phonics work. What I will say as far as the grade 1s go, if they're still having difficulty at this point in time, there is probably more emphasis needed on phonemic awareness. So when we look at that program, there will be more work on phonemic awareness, and they need that ability in order to be able to do that further work. There was also an emphasis on building a bank of sight words as well. The writing was also important to include, because about half of all children will learn to read through writing. So writing needs to be incorporated every day. And it's that being able to, when we read the word and we use our phonics skills, we're decoding a word. When we write, we're encoding. So we're using that now to print. So it was important to have both of those pieces in. So some of the resources that were purchased were the Next Step Forward in Reading Intervention. And this one, the Next Step Forward in Word Study and Phonics, which had a number of phonics and phonemic awareness activities that the student or that the teachers could use. There was also a phonemic awareness book purchased called Bridging the Gap. That one is out. I don't have a copy of it personally, and it's out right now. So it was used as well by the teachers to target those phonemic awareness skills in grades 2 and grade 3. There was also Rhyme Time, which we used a modified version of that. And I think this is even Julian's little kit that he created. So, yeah, it was sitting on my desk. So, and it was again how they are working on the short vowel, all the different vowel sounds, adding endings, adding beginnings to those. So those were some of the things. We are hoping to get some decodable texts for our grade 1 program. And this is a really great one. If you want to go to the next one. It's called Flyleaf Books. Decodable texts historically have been really horrible books. Like not that the skill, the intent behind them is good, it's that they can apply those phonics skills, but the stories are usually really contrived and they make no sense whatsoever. The Flyleaf books have done an excellent job of that. And there is room in these to do that deep, high-level comprehension like inferring. So that's one of the reasons that we chose this book, or this series to look at. So I was able to get a few samples, and they had some online, which I did share with our grade 2 and 3 boost teachers because they would be helpful for them as well. So they did have those. So we also gave them letter tiles that kids could use to manipulate, because worksheets are not the best way to teach phonics. They need that hands-on way of moving things around. It keeps it more engaging. So those were some of the resources we used.
All right, for our Boost Numeracy intervention, we wanted to keep the model similar to the literacy boost for consistency, not only for teachers, but also for students, as many of them were accessing both literacy and numeracy intervention. This was also based on the Burke's framework from Thinking 101. So Burke's stands for Build, Explain, Represent, Compare, and Self-Assess, which are all very important processes for students to go through when they are acquiring numeracy. The MIPI showed that number fluency was a critical focus for students, with an emphasis on number decomposition as well as equality. But the MIPI also showed that there was a need for spatial reasoning as well as better mathematical vocabulary to understand what the question was actually asking students to do. Grade 1 boost will likely need to focus more on that number recognition, particularly numerals, so the symbols for numbers. These were some of the resources that were purchased for our Boost teachers. So you'll see in the top left there as well, I have an example here of a manipulative kit that has been used. So there's a variety of dice, counters, coins, different elements in here that students can use to build and represent number. We also purchased Unifix cubes in 2 different colors so that students could see how number was decomposed into its parts. There's also this book here, Math Fact Fluency by Jennifer Bay Williams and Gina Kling, which has some really excellent research in it to show the progression of numeracy acquisition, as well as some games that align to that progression so that students can engage in play when they are exploring number concepts. And then finally, there are some cards that were included as well. I have a kit here, but Boost teachers actually received 2. And they're just a bunch of different visuals for students to work with. So that can be done as a guided task, or it could be done in like a gradual release model, so students could use their own individual card to decompose number. For grade 1 boost, we're looking to
purchase a few more resources in addition to these. So the cards and the Unifix cube, some of the manipulatives can continue to be used, but there will be some additional manipulatives that would be beneficial. So you'll see a picture up here. 10 frames are really valuable for students, and lots of materials that can be sorted based on different attributes, as well as the Rec and Rec, which is in the bottom corner there with the beads that can be moved, again, to decompose number. Manipulatives are very important for students' acquisition of number because spatial reasoning and number sense go hand in hand. It helps students to understand the world around them through context, which makes it more accessible for all of our diverse learners to develop that fluency.
So one of the things we do every month with our Boost teachers is we have a meeting with them because we want to hear how it's going. Do they have any questions? Do they have any concerns? We want to make sure that consistency and continuity still exists. And so we also have an opportunity to share. They get to share with us all the success stories because they're right in the trenches and they're seeing these kids actually progress. So what I did was I collected some feedback from classroom teachers and from Boost teachers that I'd like to share some of with you right now. So couple of comments from classroom teachers. We've noticed an increase in the students' literacy and numeracy confidence. As classroom teachers, we saw how our Boost teacher was a positive role model and provided a great support system for each student. As classroom teachers, we appreciate the detailed notes that our Boost teachers sent regarding instruction and activities completed for each student. They showed their improvement in literacy and numeracy concepts.
Well, other comments were, I think the Boost program is essential for building fact fluency in struggling students. In Boost, students strengthen their foundational skills, which are built upon in later grades. Such a successful program that was effective for many learners who need that extra time and expertise. I had several students who jumped up several reading levels, and I'm positive Boost was a huge part in that growth.
Okay, and one final quote that we have from classroom teachers here. This Boost program allowed these students the extra time they needed. I saw so much growth in the students who attended the Boost program, growth academically, but also in their confidence. I think the Boost program should be offered to struggling students to help them get the learning and skills they need to be successful. The Boost program, I feel, was a success.
And a few comments for you from Boost teachers themselves. A teacher indicated that the student struggling with writing prior to the start of the program. After completion of the program, the teacher found that the student had a new excitement for writing with the student saying he loved writing. Growth was demonstrated throughout all students in their knowledge and confidence. You hear confidence a lot. Such a huge piece of learning, particularly at the grade 2-3 level. At one of my schools, again, because Boost teachers are mostly at multiple schools, a student from the online group jumped up 5 reading levels after 8 weeks of literacy intervention.
Boost gives students a safe space where they can explore learning in new ways and at their own speed. In the Boost Numeracy program, students loved playing the math games. The games created excitement and were instrumental in helping students feel comfortable working with numbers. I could see firsthand that this instilled confidence in their ability to complete math tasks.
And finally, my literacy students were beaming with confidence at the end of the literacy intervention groups. Most were disappointed because they wanted to continue. I believe they benefit from the small group instruction and they feel better about themselves.
And now the moment you've been waiting for, Julian will speak. Julian Hazel is in 3 different schools. As I indicated, he doesn't know I'm going to say this about him. I don't think he knows that his administrators, each of them have reached out to me to say the following. We love Julian. We love him for his kindness, for his positive energy, and for his flexibility. And my goodness, he'd have to have flexibility in working with 3 different schools. Julian, we'll let you take it away for a few moments.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Well, you should have let me know they were going to say nice things about me first because, you know, I don't want to get emotional before this. Anyway, I am a Boost teacher and I'm proud to be one for the Lethbridge School Division. I am working at 3 schools right now. I'm working at Ecole Agnes Davidson Elementary School, Fleetwood Bodden Elementary School, as well as Emmanuel Christian Elementary School. That was the one that was added on in the numeracy portion. Previously, I was working between the other 2 schools. Now, this has been a delight to work with this program. And a huge reason that that is because it just walks that delicate balance between being specific enough of a scaffold that all of us Boost teachers are teaching the same things. We're working on the same skills, but it's also flexible enough for us to be able to bring in our own teaching, well, you want to say strengths, but some of them are just eccentricities, right? But it allows for that, right? And it also, that flexibility allows us to meet the students where they're at, and that's the most important thing. Yeah, the resources that have already been shared, I don't want to go on too much about them, but they were fantastic. And without them, this would have been impossible. This book alone, do you know how difficult it is when you are working on 10 different lesson plans to find 10 different groups of letter words, CH at the end for 10, UO in the middle, or OU in the middle for 3, and then go over to TR at the beginning. It's a waste of time. This has appendices in the back that make that job like really enjoyable so that you can focus on actually doing the work with students. It's a very similar thing with that book. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. I have it written down and highlighted. There we go, Math Fact Fluency. Both of these books, they not only go through the sorts of activities that we're working on, they explain the why and the order to which they should be learned, which is extremely, extremely helpful. And that book with the math games as well, it's a similar kind of thing. The games are open enough that you can sit down and teach them in a matter of moments, but you can also be flexible with them. So I had groups of students who were extremely excited about a book fair that came into town. So I was easily able to change one of those games into simply addition, subtraction. We could transfer it right over into who would win, which is such a fantastic series of books that kids love. And the second they see that, they're bought in. Anyway, I'm talking a bit too much about that. I'll do that if given a microphone. This is a problem. Anyway. The great thing about the resources as well, where a lot of the activities were broken down and put onto sheets that could be laminated. This sounds like a silly thing, but what happens with that is immediately you can zero in on a task or a function or a skill that students are struggling with. You can use your time to focus on that, or you can use it as a springboard to teach further numeracy and literacy skills that aren't necessarily on the map, but that you realized during the previous discussion or when you were reading the new book or in your marginal notes from the day before. And these things were incredibly, incredibly powerful. And the fact that they were dry erase is also powerful. And that ties into the confidence piece, because a huge part of this program is a focus on positive enforcement, or not enforcement, positive encouragement of students wherever they are. Because every single student that came into my classroom did not want to answer a question the first time they sat down, or the second time, or the third time, because they didn't want to get an answer wrong. And I remember the moment where 6 students sat around my table, no one wanted to share what they were thinking. And I said the silliest phrase, I said, guys, these are dry erase papers. If you get it wrong, we're just going to erase it and fix it. We're all walking out of here with the right answers. And immediately a wave of relief swept the room. And that pattern was repeated over and over again. Students coming into the room, feeling nervous, feeling scared to get things wrong, but leaving after 8 weeks, not necessarily confident that they're going to get the answer right every time, but confident that they can manipulate letters and numbers to do their best to give it a shot. And that confidence translated into risks being taken in the classroom, risks being taken in the Boost program, and progress made. I heard from teachers that their students were doing fantastic C's and D's testing before the literacy portion. Some of them were coming out K's to M's at the end of the program, which is a pretty big jump. Students who have come into my classroom having a difficulty having to count to get to 7 dots on a page to be able to identify that are now, after 6 weeks, largely able to just tell me the answer within 3 seconds. And not only that, to be able to decompose it, to be able to give me several different math equations that would go along with that same image, which is a massive, massive improvement. And honestly, the biggest complaint that I've been getting from teachers is that they've had to support students in the classroom with timers and with other reminders so that they're not constantly asking when they get to come. And that's the best part for me, because I don't want to be the guy that comes and takes them from gym, right? I want to be the guy that they're excited to come with because they have something they know is meaningful and they know is helping and they know is fun. And that's what this Boost program is.
Thanks, Julian. Just a couple of comments to wrap up on this first presentation. Alberta Education does expect that we will be redoing these literacy and numeracy assessments again towards the end of the year. So there will be more data that we will have to be able to examine and look at our improvements. I also just want to close by saying that we are looking forward, because the board is the province is indicating that this kind of funding may be continuing on into the next school year. And so we're excited to see what that might look like and how that will meet our students' needs. Just a huge thank you to our literacy and numeracy lead teachers and also our Boost teachers for really making this program work. So thank you very much, Allison. I'll turn it to you before we move to our next presentation.
Excellent. Thank you, Karen. So are there some questions, comments from the board? Craig.
This sounds like a really good program. One of my concerns is, are those manipulatives and the stuff you use in the Boost program, does every teacher have the opportunity to have that in their classroom?
At this point, no, but we are hoping to purchase more of these kits to ensure that all 15 elementary schools will have them for the fall.
Okay, because that to me is the most important, because you can go through a program and then if the regular teacher doesn't have the same manipulatives or resources, you can see that it drops off a little bit and then you're just back starting again. So it's hopeful that most of the teachers can have those resources in their room.
Thank you. Christine?
I just want to say thank you for the presentation and thank you for all the hours and dedication that you've put into this programming for our students and just setting them up with an incredibly strong foundation for success. We've had lots of conversations around this table about how there's just gaps in services, COVID aside, for our early learners. And that really sets them up on a track for catch up for the rest of their educational career. And so just hearing the feedback, reading the slides, and I think, Julian, even your testimony of, students having that increased confidence. I think shame is such an unfortunate reality for so many of our students, and it really hinders them from thriving, and it hinders them from wanting to be their best for fear of failure often, right? We believe that lie that it is. And so I think seeing the increased confidence in your times with your students, and I'm sure it translates across to the other 6, it doesn't only speak to the program. I think you've made a good presentation that it is a quality program. It does well. It does what it is intended to do. But I think it speaks to the relationship that you as a teacher have built with your group of students and the trust that you've built. And I think that's such an integral part to their success, because I don't think they would have attained that without that piece. So thank you.
Andrea.
Thank you so much for all of the work you've done on the Boost program. It sounds so successful. I love hearing a child say that they love writing now, and I love the reference about the dry erase. Is there anything we could do to help you as a board to find out when the grade 1 support will happen, or has anybody let you know a timeline around that?
I appreciate that question. We just were in CAS in Edmonton last week, and I had the privilege of sitting with one of our Alberta Education folks, and I asked him that very question in terms of when might we know, and unfortunately he had no answer for me. So I'm assuming that they are working on it and that we will hear as soon as we possibly can. Soon being the operative word.
So I echo my colleagues' comments and thanking you for all the work that you guys are doing and the success that we're seeing with this. And in addition to what Andrea said in regards to, is there anything that we can do? Is there obviously the piece with the grade 1 that you don't have that, but in going forward, would it be beneficial if we as a board sent a letter stating for next year's funding that we'd like to see this proceed as well?
The funding is absolutely pivotal in order to make this happen. What is cumbersome from the teacher's perspective is the ongoing assessment expectations and the time spent doing these Alberta education assessments to justify the funding. So that is a piece that is a complexity and a time-consuming piece, but the teachers, honestly, they don't complain about it because they see the benefit of it. But that is a piece that is a concern for me moving forward. What will those expectations look like in order for us to justify receiving that funding for the future?
So going forward, you would want that piece added to it as well, that there'd be compensation for the time that's required to do the assessments?
Alberta Education has compensated the time monetarily, but time when teachers are out of classrooms, that impacts instruction. Yeah, so that's, they have compensated as much as they can compensate. What I would prefer, because we have such amazing tools that we use already in our division with the Fountains Panel and the MIPI, that our teachers tell us over and over again are useful tools to inform instruction. If we as a division could make that decision and use the assessment tools that we are already using naturally and send that data to Alberta Education, that would make the most sense to me.
Okay, so using the information that we already have, we already collect to go forward. Okay, so as a board, are we wanting to do some action in regards to this? Yes. So if we can work together with Morag for us to create that letter so that it has what the actual request needs to be, we can certainly take that forward, and we can certainly be advocating and asking as we move forward in different meetings that we have with Alberta Education as well. So.
Thank you very much. Would you like us to step aside while we acknowledge these fine folks? Because our next presentation is about 10-15 minutes, and I'd hate to make them
we're
wait.
going to move on to our provincial champions, and then we'll come back to the curriculum update. So thank you, guys.
And then maybe you went up the stairs to shake or job. That makes sense. And I'll read out your name. Does that? And then I'll hand it to Allison. So Allison, if you want to go up a few.
Okay, I gotta take a picture here.
Of course, the team never gets to where they're going without someone at the helm who's pushing them hard, giving you torture sessions of practice, making you sweep, 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 do whatever it is that you need to do to be champions, and that's Coach Dave Fletcher. And, you know, I have to say, Coach Fletcher and team, it's a really prestigious honor to be gold provincial champions. Oh my goodness. And so this is something that certainly you will have for the rest of your life, something that you can carry with pride. And so certainly I congratulate you, as I know the whole division does. And so on that team, I'd like to recognize Corey Hoffner.
He's also a coach.
Oh, right. Where's Corey? That's right.
All right. So Dave's here getting Corey's.
Coach Corey.
All right.
Now, I know this isn't a coach. I know that this for sure is a player. And so, you know, the mother gets to congratulate Bradley Pike, provincial gold champion. Oh, dear.
All right.
And gold champion, Paige Schneidman.
Yeah, you good. Oh, I'm just gonna get you. Maybe Allison, I'll get you move closer to Allison there so we can have one chair. And then we'll do a big picture at the end with everybody. Perfect, thank you.
And I'm thinking this must be his sister, of course, and Raquel Schneidman. Oh, sorry, Allison.
Raquel is the twin.
All right, this way. Perfect, thank you.
And last but not least, gold champion, Rhett Whitmer.
All right, I'll just get you both a little bit that way so I can have an individual photo. All right, and then we're going to do a large photo of the group, but I'm going to get you to stand up a little bit further so I can. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this if I have enough distance here. Mitch, up, guys. Actually, I got Garrett in the back. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to have you come down here because I don't want that as Garrett's face in the background for a video.
Oh, he's over. He's what? Or do you want to do in front of here?
Well, I don't think I don't have enough room either. There. That's fine.
We can move.
That's fine. That's fine. I think we got it here.
I'm not going to, but I want.
This looks good. This looks
Oh,
good.
look good here.
We got it. Okay,
Congratulations, guys. Laura's there cheering you on.
Maybe just to give you a little context is what it took to do this. Their very first game, I don't know if you know what an 8-ender is, but it's more rare than a hole-in-one in golf. They began the whole tournament in the very first end by getting an 8-ender against their opponent. And then in the semifinals, they were down 6-0, which
Well, thank you guys for pausing for us. So we'll move on to yours and then we'll move on to Daniel Heaton after. So go ahead, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. So as you may have heard, we have new curriculum coming. As I know you are already aware, about a year ago now, Alberta Education released the drafts of curriculum in K-6, all core subjects, as well as fine arts and phys ed, or physical education and wellness. At that time, there was quite a bit of feedback that was provided to Alberta Education, and certainly during the whole course of this past year, lots of feedback has been provided by a number of stakeholders to Alberta Education, including our past board and our current board, our past chair and our current chair with their work with ASBA, and through many, many, many individuals within our school division as well that have provided individual feedback to Alberta Education. As I know you are also aware, our division was one that chose not to pilot the draft curricula. Minister LaGrange created a committee called the Curriculum Implementation Advisory Group, and as a result of their recommendations, the announcement was made earlier this month that English Language Arts and Literature, or ELAL as it will be called, will be implemented in K-3 this fall, with 4-6 coming next fall. Mathematics being implemented this fall in K-3 and 4-6 next fall. And the lesser appreciated acronym of PEW for Physical Education and Wellness will be implemented K-6 this fall. The province also promised to provide professional learning for teachers and resources that would align to the new curriculum. and shared with us that the final versions of these 3 areas of curriculum would be released in April on the new Learn Alberta website. And of course, we are hoping that that is going to be earlier in April than later. So the next question naturally is, what are we going to do in our division to support our teachers in the implementation of this new curricula? And so one of the main things we are doing is we're hosting 2 full days of professional learning on May 10th and 11th, where we are really going to focus on some things that we have been doing very, very well in our division. Concept-based teaching and learning, a lot of the literacy stuff, and we're going to get into details on those things in a few minutes. These are best practices that stand the test of time. The curriculum is the what. What is it that we have to teach our students? The pedagogy is the how. How do we get to teach our students this content? And so what we want our teachers to come out from those workshops on May 10th and 11th is increased confidence, increased ability to be reminded of the resources and the practices that we have been putting into place for a number of years already, and to be reminded that they are empowered to do the pedagogical pieces in the classrooms that they need to do. So concept-based teaching and learning, we're going to come back to in just a minute. So we're going to focus a lot on that, a review with our teachers in the morning. In the afternoon, we're going to delve deeply into that ELAL and math curriculum, particularly in the understanding section, which Michaela will address in just a moment. And so on May the 10th, we're going to have 2 kindergarten teachers, 2 grade 1 teachers, and an administrator from every elementary school join us. And on May the 11th, we're going to have 2 grade 2 teachers, 2 grade 3 teachers, and an administrator from every elementary school join us, so that we can have as many teachers and administrators as familiar with content as possible, so that they can go back and support the teachers in their buildings with new curriculum. Bev, could you just take a few minutes and remind the board what concept-based teaching and learning is? And then Michaela, I'll ask you to talk about what understandings are in the math and ELAL curricula.
So concept-based teaching and learning is like looking at the stars. The expert looks at constellations and they see them as groups, like Ursa Minor or the Little Dipper. The novice looks at the stars and sees them as individual random points of light. It's easy for us as teachers to forget what it is like to not see those connections. So we teach each star or each skill or fact or topic as bits of information, and then assume that our students are creating the right constellations in their minds. When we teach in a concept-based way, we are helping students to connect those stars or those bits of information and build their understanding of larger concepts and see relationships among them. And in our previous curriculum, it's not that the teachers weren't able to make those connections. It's just the way it's written is very much in isolated points of light, as opposed to seeing the constellation. So it's they do have that expertise, but sometimes we do see, like I see the big picture in literacy, and sometimes I forget that not everybody can see that, and they see the littler points.
All right, there are 3 elements to the new curriculum. There's the knowledge element, which is the factual information, the understandings, which is what we will be focusing on during these sessions, which is what students will come to know as a result of their learning. And then there's a 3rd element, which are the skills and procedures, and that's what students come to be able to do or are able to demonstrate after their learning has taken place. An example of this from the new math curriculum from grade 3 would be, so for knowledge, algorithms are based on place value. That's something that is factual information. Students come to understand that there are many different strategies that they can use for addition and subtraction, one of those being the algorithm. And then a skill or procedure would be students actually performing the addition or subtraction.
Specific now to ELAL and how we are going to support our teachers there. The draft that we have seen, of course, we can't see the final versions of that curriculum until April, but the draft that we've seen of ELAL proves that we have a lot of alignment in our division with our current literacy practices and our current resources, specifically the units of study and the workshop model for both reading and writing. Bev, can you talk just a little bit about what those things are, please?
With the workshop model, what we do is we teach something in a mini lesson, then the students practice it. So if I teach them something about writing, now they're going to go and they're going to write. And the mini lesson is short, and then the time for practice is long, and teachers work with small groups and individuals during that time period. Then the group comes back together for a teaching share at the end. So that is very evident. The writing process, the writer's workshop model in the current draft that we have is evident. So the units of study, which we purchased 3-4 years ago now for our teachers, will support them greatly in using that model as they move forward. So that is something that's already available to them.
One thing that has an increased emphasis from previous curriculum in ELAL is the phonemic awareness and phonics. And so we have already done some instruction in terms of professional learning for our elementary teachers. Bev did a full day session back in the fall with just about 50 teachers attending. And honestly, it was so popular. It's backed by popular demand. I'm not even kidding. We've got 40 plus people already registered for the repeat session of it in April. Of interest to the board may be the fact that we have not yet seen the literature list. English language arts and literature, the literature list did not come out even with the draft. So we have no idea what that will look like. We have no idea what kinds of resources we may need to purchase for our teachers in order to cover the curriculum when it comes out in April.
Can I just add something, Karen?
Of course.
And with that increased specificity in the phonics, 3 years ago, I began noticing in the research and the areas of discussion among the literacy community at large that there was an increased discussion about phonics and phonemic awareness. And so I noticed that in that research. And we anticipated that this would be an emphasis moving forward with the government. And so we began to prepare professional learning for staff so that it would be front-loaded prior to the new curriculum coming in.
I love a proactive approach. So we also, in addition to the days that we're going to have in May, we're offering a refresher for any teachers who are interested in having a look again at those units of study and a reminder of the workshop model, because I think some of our teachers would find that to be of benefit. And that's also obviously going to be available for any new teachers we have as well. We have literacy and numeracy committees in our division, and they are at the elementary and the secondary level. They are comprised of teachers and administrators, and those committees meet 3 to 4 times a year, and they are an awesome opportunity for us to connect about best practices, answer any questions, talk about some celebrations, and these committee structures will remain in place as we implement new curricula in the math and the language arts area. Specific to mathematics, I'm going to have Michaela talk about this. I challenged our previous numeracy lead teacher, Jen Giles, to create a resource that would be comparable to the one that Bev compiled for us in literacy. This resource from literacy is available on the portal if any of you ever want to take a look. But for example, it talks about every component in a great literacy program and what it actually looks like. So for example, for shared reading, there's a definition of what it is. There's a reason for why we do that particular practice. Then it talks about what the teacher does during this time. It talks about what the students do. And it talks about materials, equipment, and resources that are necessary in order for the teacher to actually implement that practice in their classroom. Fabulous resource. We review it every year with our literacy committee. So Jen created a comparable resource, and Michaela this year has taken the opportunity to put some fine touches on it, and she's going to provide some professional learning. Again, these resources are about the pedagogy. Doesn't matter what the curriculum does, we know how to teach effectively for students to learn at their highest level. Michaela, can you talk a little bit about this? I think she has some samples too to pass around.
I do. I can pass these around once I do just a little bit of an explanation of what this is and kind of the background of it. So there are the 8 effective instructional practices that come from the National Council of Mathematics Teachers. And this was the resource that, again, mentioned that Jen had put together last year. I would like to provide the professional learning for it to dive into each of these individual 8 practices and really explore what that looks like in a classroom at the elementary, middle, and high school level. To give an example of one of the best practices that's in here, there is the pose purposeful questions element, and maybe when you get this book, you can kind of flip to that one and take a look through it. It guides teachers on kind of what those purposeful questions look like, how to form them, when to ask them, those types of things. So we'll be doing that exploration in the professional learning that will happen in April.
You, as the board, are already pretty good experts on the BFFs, the Building Fact Fluency Kits. We've talked to you fine folks about this before. This continues to be a huge resource in our division. I want to say on behalf of the students that will be impacted, on behalf of the teachers who are absolutely thrilled by your decision, thank you so much for the investment of money to purchase the multiplication and division kits. They have already been ordered, and our teachers are super excited about them. Additional mathematics supports we're going to be having at the division include the foundational skills interview, which is an assessment tool that teachers have been trained in so that they can get a better sense as to where students are at and where they need to be. And we are also going to be having, obviously, as I've mentioned before, the Numeracy Committee will continue to meet. Michaela, do you want to talk just very quickly about the foundational skills interview for a moment?
Sure. So the foundational skills interview is an additional assessment tool for teachers. So teachers do use the MIPI to guide their instruction, but this is an additional piece to gather more information about students' understanding. What's great about this particular assessment is that it really helps teachers get to not only where students are at in their mathematical understanding, but perhaps why that's where they're at in their understanding, so that teachers can take next steps to meet students where they're at.
May 24th is a school-based professional learning day, and so that will be a great opportunity for our teachers and administrators to consolidate all of these workshops that we are doing between now and then to make sure that they've got some time to really share with their colleagues and make some plans, because we really want them going into this summer with confidence and not panicking about all that they need to do, because we're going to help them to get that done so they are as ready as possible for the fall. Just want to highlight the role of the lead teachers through this process. We are always about building knowledge and understanding and giving teachers an opportunity to practice these new skills and use these new resources. And our lead teachers are instrumental in making all of that happen in a supportive way. So some of the ways that we do this, one of our biggest ways is through residencies. Those happen in both literacy and numeracy and ESL. We really haven't acknowledged the fact that you are the ESL/lead teacher extraordinaire over here. But Bev, could you just talk a little bit about what the residency model actually is?
So sometimes I'm approached directly by a teacher to come and work with them. Sometimes it's an administrator that asks if I will come and work with their staff. And what we do is we determine what it is they want to work on. So I usually meet with the teachers ahead of time. Sometimes the administrator has something they would like me to focus on, and then that will determine what that week looks like. Other times it is, again, a meeting with the teachers, and each one of them, one school in the fall, I did word work in one classroom, writing workshop in another one, and guided reading in another one. So it really depends on what it is they want to learn about. And I work with them, for the most part, I try to do it in an extended period of time for about 3 or 4 days, if I can, in the same room. COVID made that a little bit more challenging, so we had to do things a little bit differently with that. And in that case, then I was in one classroom, it was videoed, and then I met with the teachers, all of the teachers at the end of the day. We debriefed, and I went through lessons to sort of talk about what I was doing and why I was doing it. So, and then I go back a couple weeks after that and meet with them. One teacher I recently worked with, you can see one of the other things we've got on there is inquiry questions. It was somebody that I was in a recent residency with, and I didn't know that this was her inquiry question, but her question was, in what ways can collaboration with literacy specialists increase the effectiveness of language arts lesson delivery? And then she reached out to me. I've met with her a few times over the year. She reached out to me afterwards and said, this is my inquiry question. Do you have feedback for me from when you were in my classroom? And I had debriefed and talked with her, but she wanted even more. So then I was able to connect with her and provide some more help for her in that way.
I think that's an important piece that the lead teachers do. Teachers often don't feel comfortable necessarily taking risks and trying new things when the administration is coming in, or if I'm coming into a classroom, or if an executive council member is coming into a classroom, or a board member is coming into a classroom. But when their peer who is coming in to encourage and walk alongside and model and provide encouragement comes in, that feels different. And that is how we change practice quickly in a school division. Michaela, did you want to talk a little bit about an inquiry question that came your way? Sorry, I know we're running out of time here.
Oh, absolutely. I just wanted to share an inquiry question that I had come across, and I actually had the opportunity to continue working with this particular teacher today, which was really exciting. So their question was, in what ways can I increase my own knowledge and ensure student development in numeracy? And two of the ways that they were working towards this inquiry question and exploring it was reaching out to me as the numeracy lead teacher, as well as accessing the Building Fact Fluency resource. And so that is a big focus for them in their classroom currently.
Lead teachers provide consistent messaging across all schools, all grade levels, so that we keep that continuity on track. They provide research-supported research or resource recommendations, rather, and instructional practices. I know you have been exposed to thinking routines here at the board because I know Christine has done some thinking routines with you, so you know what those things are. That's a great instructional strategy for our teachers to be using. Concept-based teaching and learning we've talked about. And of course, we have a great collection of materials in the Curriculum Resource Center downstairs so that our teachers have access to any and all of those resources when they need them. So again, I just want to thank the board for your time today in hearing on these two very important and timely topics. We appreciate your support. We appreciate how you are in schools connecting with teachers and encouraging them in the roles that they are playing as well. And so, yeah, and a huge thank you to my right hand and my left hand, quite literally. This is a visual of exactly it. They are outstanding individuals, yes. Thank you, Allison.
Definitely a huge thank you for your team doing this work. I think just as trustees, for us to know that even whatever does happen with the curriculum, we know that you're doing the professional development that will build our teachers so that they are ready to deliver whatever is thrown at them. And we will continue to do the advocacy pieces that we can do as a board, but that we do appreciate that you're preparing our staff that they're going to be ready for our kids in September. So not that they're not ever ready, but for whatever they're going to have to deal with in September. So are there questions, comments? Craig?
Yeah, just as a former teacher and then different programs that I went through, when they're developing these new programs, are they realizing that the cognitive development of kids hasn't really changed? That, as far as I can tell, a 5-year-old is a 5-year-old in today's world that it was in 30 years ago. Maybe technology's changed, but cognitively and I don't see a lot of changes in kids that would indicate that we, well, for instance, change a lot of curriculum or make the curriculum a little difficult, like constructivism and all of that. So just make a comment on that.
Yeah, thank you, Craig. Your comment is in very much strong alignment and popular alignment across the province with regards to concerns expressed around those pieces. That is this curriculum developmentally appropriate? And we are working very closely together to create meaning for our teachers and to be able to scaffold on their learning so that they can feel confident in doing that, because that is a question. And I think we need to turn the corner now. We've spent the full last year, as I indicated at the beginning, providing feedback. Now we need to move on to, okay, let's go. Let's give her. We can do this. We're in this together. We're going to empower our teachers to do it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Christina?
I just wanted to add my thanks for sharing. For in every learning journey, celebration is a really important part, and I just wanted to appreciate the time that you took to share some of the really big successes that your teachers and students are experiencing because of your work, and letting us celebrate that with you. So thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, and we look forward to always having you come and tell us the successes that you guys are having in the division. So thank you for all the great work you guys are doing. Thanks. Are the next students here? Nothing? Okay. Okay, sounds good. And I understand that Daniel Heaton is here. Okay. Oh, he is hiding. I didn't see him back there. Perfect. We're getting a backlog. So we are going to jump ahead, and I'm going to have Christine carry on with this next portion.
Thank you. Thank you very much for jumping ahead. We're going to do the capital plan, and then we're going to talk about the Victoria Park upgrade while we have Daniel here. Because if you have technical questions, he's the guy to answer the questions. So it's our pleasure to present to you the 3-year capital plan for the 2022-23 to 22-24, 25 years. On the website is the full detailed capital plan. It's 133 pages and includes a lot of wealth of information, demographics, information about our schools, kind of how we get to where we are with our capital plan. Of course, in the board meeting package is the executive summary. So how far you want to delve is entirely up to you, but the information is there. So why do we do a 3-year capital plan? Well, they're due April 1st every year. We have to submit them to Alberta Education so that they can assess a school division's need to whether we need a new school because of enrollment pressures. Sometimes divisions will submit for replacement schools. Those quite often are in rural areas, or modernization projects because we need to upgrade infrastructure, modernize our facilities, address any health and safety concerns. So those are the reasons why we submit a capital plan. And we're required to rank our capital plan by priority. Our facilities, we have 13 that we have, or that actually our facilities are 13 elementaries, 4 middle schools and 4 high schools. We don't include the 3 Christian schools in our capital plan because that is governed by their societies. Just to give you an indication of the age of our facilities, you can see that 52% are between 51 to 80 years old. And so well over, and then if you add the over 30 years, you know, we're looking at in the 70% range for the age of our facilities. Another interesting chart to look at is when schools opened in the school division. You can see that in the 50s and 60s, that was a big era for doing schools. And then we had a kind of a lag, and then we had the 1980s version, and then just dribs and drabs. And we did quite a bit in the 2010s. And then, of course, our new school, Plaxton, which opened in 2020. And well, that number will change to a 2 when we open the Gary Station Elementary School. So what are drivers for new schools? Primarily, and in the case of Lethbridge School Division, it's based on enrollment pressures and growth in a subdivision or a city. You'll see this is the future land use map the city of Lethbridge. They graciously let us use for our plan. You'll see those yellow pieces. I have a small yellow piece in the north, piece to the south. That's your Southbrook area, and then that huge, massive yellow in West Lethbridge. So just pictorially, it doesn't take too much to say that, you know, a lot of future land growth is going to be in West Lethbridge in the future. This could be 10 years out, 20 years out, 30 years out. It's still, some of it's still quite a ways out, but it's still there, and we still need to take that into consideration when we're looking at future schools. Our demographics. We use a demographics program called Berger Demographics that helps us do our enrollment projections. Our enrollment projections are rather conservative going out for a couple of reasons. One, COVID-19 disrupted all enrollment projections. We were on a big projector like this, going up, up and up and up. And then COVID-19 hit and sort of knocked us down, and then we've been coming back up. And so very hard to project because of COVID-19. Also, when we changed our boundaries, that mixed up a little bit of the projections until we get some years of how that works under our belt. Then it gets a little easier to project in the future. So a fairly conservative growth you'll see in the demographics. Our highest area growth in the next 2-3 years is high school. We saw a big bubble of elementary,
and then it went to middle school, and now it's moving through to high school. But again, depending on how fast some of our areas in West Lethbridge grow, because we are seeing some pickup in South Lethbridge quite a bit, and again in West Lethbridge, that may change the demographic depending on how many people actually move into Lethbridge. Migration, that also affects our future growth. But you can see we're just kind of on a nice steady climb over our 3-year capital plan projection, which is normal for Lethbridge. Just a quick little infographic. We expect to grow by at least 7.8% overall by 2024. That'll be about 12,595 students by 2024. West Lethbridge, we like to emphasize how packed it is at the moment. It's 83% utilization by 2024 with core utilization of about 139%. And we talk about core utilization. Most schools are built to a certain core size, and then as we've had to grow significantly over the years, we've had to add modular classrooms. And if a school's not designed originally for those modular classrooms, then there's usually stress on the core services, your gymnasiums, your learning commons, your hallways, other learning spaces get stretched. So we like to throw the core utilization number around just to show the impact on our schools. Okay. Recent new schools built. You could see recent ones we've built in the last few years. Colbanks, which was approved in 2014, was opened in 2017. Senator Joyce Fairburn was approved in 2015, opened in 2018. Dr. Robert Plaxton, approved for planning funds in 2017 and construction in 2018 and opened in 2021. And of course, our new school that's been announced for Gary Station, approved in 2021, hoping to be open in September 2025. What's interesting about this particular chart is that first column, first year requested in our capital plan. You can see we've been requesting some of these schools since 2006 and 2008. So it's quite a long time we keep asking. So the old adage, keep trying, and keep trying. And eventually we get our schools. So new K-5 elementary school requests. So our capital plan has one new school now that we've got in the Gary Station. It is requested for the south end of West Lethbridge because as you can see, Colbanks is at 99% capacity. We're continuing to add more modulars. Dr. Proby is at 75%. Those two schools are the ones that are in the area, elementary schools are in the area of the largest growth that we're going to see in West Lethbridge, in particular as the subdivision of Watermark or Waterbridge continues to grow. You can see the little eagle, falcon up in on the map there. That's Senator Joyce Fairburn, where you see the little blue building. That is right now in the subdivision plan where a new elementary school would likely go. It's still quite a ways away in the development of that area. So as you can see, we have to start asking early to hopefully get it by the time we are able to put it in that subdivision. So it moves to the #1 new build priority, not the #1 priority in our capital plan, but the #1 new build because it's the only one. And we've been requesting this particular school since 2008 as well. New school construction, just an overview. The new school we're asking for is a 900 student school, estimated cost of $31 million. And of course, on the go, we have our West Lethbridge Elementary School in Gary Station, which is in design development right now. And then of course, we have Dr. Robert Plaxton we just opened. I liked the graphic and I needed 3. So. School modernization. So we have 8 schools requested for modernization. Some of the drivers, of course, we talked about for modernization: health and safety, building condition, program delivery, utilization, infrastructure performance. Galbraith is our #1 modernization in the capital plan. It's 109 years old. It's a beautiful character school. And when I'm done here, I'm going to let Danya tell you a little bit more about Galbraith and what it needs. We're actually going to be doing a visioning session Galbraith on May 11th and 12th, which will then go to to Alberta Education, and that will help better inform that project for Alberta Education. So do you want to say a brief few words about the modernization?
Sure. Thank you for giving us this time. Galbraith, again, is a very unique building. It's 109 years old, has been added on to in 1958, I believe, and then the library edition in the late 80s. The 1950s wing has had basically nothing done to it. Its systems are old, the paint is old, the finishes are old, and it has an antiquated ventilation system. When we put the library edition on, and I say we because I was the architect on that job back then, we slipped a ventilation unit down into the basement of the historic building and literally weaved the ducting up onto the upper floors of the historic building through the former boiler stacks. So that part of the building has ventilation. What it is lacking is some insulation, some better quality finishes, so on and so forth. Same with the 1950s section. It needs a little more tender loving care. It needs a modern ventilation system, complete with purification. Also, the admin spaces are lacking to today's standards, and there are some safety issues in there with some stairway access, so on and so forth, as well as barrier-free access throughout the whole building. So, as Christine mentioned, we're having a visioning session with a professional group of architects and engineers over 2 days, and that'll give us as far as how many classrooms, what we would like it to look like. In addition to that, we'll have professional costing consultant take that plan, cost it out for us, and then that gets submitted to Alberta Education. So with that kind of information, with a solid plan and a solid cost from a professional, our plan looks better than many other submissions, and we're hoping that will boost us from our 2008 request to a 2023 go ahead. So that's what we're looking for with that one.
And Alberta Education, recognizing that this is a very, it's a well-developed plan, it makes sense, gave us the money to do this planning. So other modernizations that we have in the hopper, we have Park Meadows, Cole Nicholas Sharon Elementary. I guess I should change that to Nicholas Sharon Elementary, not a Cole. I'll have to adjust that. Mike Mountain Horse, Dr. Proby, Victoria Park, Senator Buchanan Elementary, and Westminster Elementary. The order, you'll see that. Why that order? That's kind of one of the questions would say, well, why isn't Westminster number 2? Why isn't Senator Buchanan number 2? The reason they're now 7 and 8 is we just spent quite a bit of money at both those schools doing some fairly major updates that we were able to do from IMR money, as well as capital infrastructure maintenance renewal funding, as well as capital maintenance renewal funding. So that's why we were able to take care of some of those critical pieces. There's still more to be done on those schools. Victoria Park High School needs some work. And then we're going to talk about that project, which we'd like to do similar to what we did with Buchanan and Westminster. And so we'll get to that on the next agenda item. Dr. Proby and Mike Mountain Horse, Nicholas Sharon and Park Meadows have had some work done with related to lighting and some systems. And so things that we've been able to do over the last number of years ourselves with our IMR funding, but there's still more that needs to be done. And so that's why they are on their on the modernization. So, do you want to say anything briefly about these?
This list of schools is some of the older schools that we have in our division. And again, we look at everything holistically. What is the greatest need? And what can we do with the money that we get given to us from Treasury and IMR funds? And how can we make that to go as far as possible? We also take a look at what we can do systematically. We do something today that doesn't have to be taken apart 10 years from now. but everything hooks together. For instance, at Westminster and Buchanan, there was a new boiler system put in there about 5-6 years ago that was designed and capable to handle the new air handling units. So that's exactly what we carry on with. We plan ahead and work towards those goalposts all the time.
And just here's the overall list, which is of course in the capital plan, showing Galbraith, of course, is our #1 project. Park Meadows, Nicholas Sharon. Then we have the new school build is #4, and then moving down the line with the rest of our modernizations. And we'll just keep on requesting and keep on working away. And of course, as for more information, I highly recommend. It's a great read with lots of information. 133 pages of the detailed capital plan, so which we do send to Alberta Education. Any questions?
Craig.
Yeah, on modernization and new buildings, does the government look at the overall capacity of all the schools?
Of all the schools in general, but specifically how that school fits into how we use things and where our borders are between the schools. So yes, we can adjust to accommodate particular enrollment strains, but basically they're looking for how that fits into our overall plan, and the condition report is #1 in that. We also take a look at internally when we're looking at this, is this our best use of money? It takes a long time to get a brand new building or replacement school. For us, it makes more sense because we maintain our buildings better. And I've worked all over this province when I was a private architect. We maintain our betters to a higher standard than anybody, and I can guarantee that. So our buildings remain viable and that we can make them last longer doing this piecemeal and advanced planning and getting towards those goalposts, as I mentioned.
I noticed that when we looked at capacity, there's a number of schools that are right around 50% right now, mainly on the north and south. And so what does the government say when they see a building that's only being used about 50% of its capacity and you want to spend money on it? I guess that there's a bit of, the government wants us to make sure that we're full capacity, but yet we have buildings that aren't full capacity. And then how do we justify the funding and not, for instance, say, well, we might have to do something else with that building.
Yeah. Just again, there's a priority. #1 priority is health and safety. So when you put in a capital request or a modernization request, what are the major items out there? And then it goes all the way down to capacity would be on the lowest end of their scale. I think it's 4 or 5, quite a ways down. So health and safety. And they also know that their biggest bang for buck is to take the resources that we have, which are buildings that are still standing there, and do these incremental pieces to them. It gets us further down the road in providing adequate space for educating our children.
Okay, and
I was just going to comment, they will also take a look at where is the nearest school related to that school, and could you actually feasibly put them together or not?
Right.
And in many cases, we couldn't do that in Lethbridge School Division.
And the last question is, has the government ever looked at it like your plan for modernization and say, yeah, it looks good, but we like #6, for instance, or #5 over #1. Have they ever done that?
I'm not aware of that in my limited time because I've only been in this position almost 5 years.
In my experience, they don't really do that.
Okay.
They rely on the divisions to do their homework and hire the appropriate professionals to give them the advice so that what they are seeing are the actual priorities, that they're not dreams. Sometimes they have gone back to some of the other divisions and said, we don't really see this. We would require more analysis on this point. But in our time here, I've only been here now almost 6 years. But again, as a professional architect being on the other side, I've never seen something go back. The divisions are actually very good at prioritizing and planning ahead.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, the Alberta Education Manager will carefully reviews our capital plan because they get, of course, if they think it's a supportable project, they send it up to the minister. Of course, the minister comes back and asks a lot of questions, and they may come back with us and ask questions. But we do a review with our capital plan with our education manager and talk about those priorities. And if they have questions, then we address them at those times. So.
Question. Does IMR funding, if you put money into a building right now and it's on the list to modernize, does that affect the decision of the government at all?
Absolutely. And that's why we watch what we're doing with our IMR money and what our capital plan is saying. So if we have our number one priority capital plan being a modernization, a full modernization like Galbraith, we're very careful about putting our IMR money in that building. We don't let them go bad. We don't let them become unsafe, but we're very cautious because if we spent money in that building and then it gets a modernization grant, then all the other buildings in our fleet, 24 of them, are suffering because of that. We can't be that myopic and look just at this one. We look at the whole system and what is our best bet, our best guess, and what is our best plan moving forward to create an adequacy throughout our fleet to provide the education spaces that we need.
Thanks.
Andrea.
Thank you for sharing all of that and staying on top of all of that. I really enjoyed being in on looking at the school model for Victoria Park. That was exciting. And I just wonder if there's a much smaller job like that one classroom perhaps would need to have to alleviate heat. Is it up to a principal to bring it forward to you, or how does that happen if it's just a very hot classroom that might need an awning over windows or something like that?
In fact, you're exactly right. It's the principals and the caretakers on the buildings. They're there day in, day out. They report it to us. We go and we take a look at what we can do specifically. With a lot of the older buildings, they don't have the same building envelope that we have in a lot of the modern buildings. So simply putting an awning over a window, yes, may keep some of the heat from the solar gain off, but the brick walls radiate the heat back in because there's no barrier between heating up that thermal mass and releasing it into the building. We've experienced that in Galbraith over especially the last 2 years. It gets very hot in there, and that's why that building's our number one.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you guys for that piece, and now you have more.
Need a motion to accept the capital plan, please.
Okay, Christine.
I move that the board accept the 2023-2025 capital plan as presented.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Those in favor? And that's carried.
Thank you for that. I will get that submitted tomorrow. Okay, perfect. The next item for your consideration today is the Victoria Park upgrade project. Victoria Park, right next door to us, right here, it's a year-round school. It operates in the summer and has a number of kids who come in all year looking for assistance. And it is hot in that school in the summer. The first, second, and third floors, the whole classroom wing, it's terrible and unbearable for those kids. They also, and I'm going to get Daniel in a minute here to tell you a little more details about the actual building, has several levels and several stairs and is very cumbersome to navigate. There is no real accessibility in this building. So it does create barrier challenges. So it's in bad need of some work. As we explained in the capital plan, we were able to use CMR and IMR funding to do some much needed work in Westminster and Buchanan over a 3-year period. And we were able to do that because we phased the projects in as we knew we had the money, carefully planned it so that at any point if the government changed funding or didn't provide funding, we could cut that off. And so we would like to do something very similar to what we did at Westminster and Buchanan. And again, I'll get Daniel to tell you the details, to improve that building condition so that those kids have a great learning environment. We, as many of you saw when we had our committee of the whole a few weeks ago, and Victoria Park talked about the numerous programs and services they offered to those kids. You know, a great place to learn for any kid is really what we need to do. And so we're able to do this with some of our own funds. I'm still waiting for our funding profile to hear exactly how much the CMR is this year, but we're hoping it's very similar to what we received last year. That would get us started on phase 1. But I'm going to stop there and I'm going to let the expert tell you a little more about the project and what that looks like and what at the end of the day what it'll do for that building.
Can I just pause you for 2 seconds? Leanne, just knowing that we're at a minute till 5 o'clock, just wanted to confirm if there was anybody here for public forum or not.
I don't think there's a link. But we're just discussing whether or not
Okay,
there's a link on our
so
website.
we will carry on with Daniel. Thank you. Okay. And then once we get the link piece figured out, we will go to public forum if we need to. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem. This building that we're in here today was originally built in 1928 as LCI. There's a piece of plywood over the sign out there. If you take it down, it says Lethbridge Collegiate Institute. And then in 1958, this addition was put on the back and was turned into a junior high school known as Hamilton. The planning at that time was this was a classroom wing, and this one provided the modern science wings and things in 1958. And the washrooms for that were all centrally located to help this building out. Well, a few years ago, when we cleaved this part off to become the Ed Center, the washrooms for that building are no longer in the center of that building. The other thing about that building is really interesting is that the classroom wing is 3 stories tall. On the main floor, as we call it, has the washrooms, the gymnasium, and the industrial arts art area, but there's 7 different levels in there. 3 + 1 = 7 in that particular building. So getting around in that building is absolutely impossible. There are no washrooms on any floor except for 1 toilet room on each floor there. It's a 1958 building, so it's missing all the wonderful insulation that not only keeps heat in the winter, it keeps heat out in the summer. It has no ventilation system. In fact, it has the best ventilation system. You open a window and you get 100% outside air. That works really well in the middle of February and whatnot. So we need a ventilation system in there. We need a better way of getting around in that building so the students can get from class to class. The building is used all year round. It's never unoccupied, and that will be our challenge when we come to do this project over the next 3 years. I've worked out a way to do it in phases. The first phase is taking over what is what was the stage area, which is now the fitness area. And actually, that is a nice little concrete block box in the middle there that we can take that out and insert an elevator, a hallway that gets from the east side of the building to the west side building all at one level, and only has 4 stops to connect all 7 of those levels together. In doing that, we can also drive shafts down through that can service all the different levels for a ventilation system. Our plan is to put an air handling unit up on top of where that stage area is to handle most of the building, not all of it, and then feed it out into each one of the floors. So that would be stage one. Stage two would then be to take each one of the floors and run the ventilation out into that, and then adequately provide finishes upgrades, new ceilings, lighting, insulation, and modern technologies in each floor as we go through. Also, by doing that, we can decant some of the students into some of the other space that we'll create from spaces that are no longer going to be used for their particular use, such as there's a boiler room over there in which we plan to put 3 more boiler units in the basement of this building to run that building. So we could take over another whole space the size of a classroom that will help us. We're also in preparation to creating other flex spaces in the building to help us decant. One of the other things we're talking about is because it's a year-round school and LCI is next door, as an example, maybe we could use space over there to get the students over there for a 2-month window so that we can do all that dangerous stuff and in that building and the dusty stuff, and have it buttoned back up, sort of come back in September and go forward. It is going to be challenging. And again, we've had the experience of doing this at Westminster and Buchanan. We can do it. We'll be careful as we go. We'll do the things that will lead from one step to the other, and watch the production of the building and the construction of the building using a project management system so that week by week we can gauge where we're going, if we're too fast, too slow, and also work with the administration over there to make sure that we are not disturbing the school itself, and asking for appropriate times when we can do the work along the way. They've been a really good group to work with. When we first started thinking about this project, I went over there and asked them, okay, what would you like? And they say, well, I'd like a fan. And can you please paint the walls? And I said, bigger. Think bigger. What are the things? So we're now at the stage where they're starting to think about 21st century learning, and maybe taking some of the bigger classrooms and dividing them up into more smaller spaces for better education to the smaller classes that they have. They don't teach science all as one big 35 student group. So we're trying to work within the building fabric and create a better learning environment for them on a $1.01 budget.
And just to add some context related to capital maintenance renewal funding, school boards need to apply for capital maintenance renewal funding. We put in a list of various projects that we'd like to see funded through CMR. I think we have $18 million worth of projects over a 3-year period. Some of that includes things that are actually on our modernization list, like a new gym for Senator Buchanan in Westminster, that sort of thing. But Victoria Park, Fleetwood. There is Victoria Park is our #1, of course, priority on there. When we receive our funding profile, I'm hoping our CMR funding is also on there, and they will tell us if our list is approved or what is approved on our list and how much money. Last year it was approved it was one of the 5 on our list. We spent the CMR money on the upgrades over at LCI. And so I'm fully confident they'll approve the Victoria Park as one of the approved listing. How much they give us then is in question. We received 1.6 million this year. I'm hoping it's very similar to that. Phase 1 is about 1.6 million. Phase 2 is about 1.6 million. And we think about Phase 3 is around $1 million. Inflation, it might be a little more down the road. And again, we would do this in phases as we know our money and have our money in hand. And so what we're requesting today is the approval to proceed with the Victoria Park upgrade in a phased-in approach, recognizing use of capital maintenance renewal funding and with possible supplement of IMR. And yeah, that's sort of what we're seeking today.
Thank you very much for that information. It's definitely Been great information today, as well as when we had our committee of the whole. It was great to be able to see that model and get a really good understanding. So I'm just looking if there's questions. Craig.
Yeah. So I noticed in the previous plan that it says 12.4 million for modernization of Victoria Park. So that would be on top of the 4.2 that we'd invest, right?
It could, it might not, just depending on what we can do as we go along the way here. Again, we never do anything that we will have to throw away. That's just wasteful. We plan it out and working forward. The big scheme of that whole building is brand new windows, brand new everything. We don't really do that when we do our IMR projects. We check off the boxes of the must-haves as we go along. There's grander dreams. There we go. There's grander dreams out there, like a bigger industrial arts shop or better change rooms or, you know.
A learning commons.
Learning commons, exactly. Exactly. So can we get there with our IMR funding? No. Okay. No, that just won't happen. That doesn't mean we won't actually ask for modernization money in forward, but we need to take care of the stuff we need to take care of today and for tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Seeing Tyler.
I'll just make a motion, if that's okay.
Yep.
I move that the board approve administration to proceed with the Victoria Park upgrade project on a phased-in approach, provided the project is approved for capital maintenance and renewal CMR funding from the Alberta government. The board further authorizes administration to supplement the project with infrastructure maintenance renewal IMR funding as required based on available funding. The only other thing I'd say is just, well, I guess it'd be good for public anyway, just to say the one other thing in this very well thought out plan is what happens if oil goes to negative $35 a barrel again and we're only in phase one?
Good question. Again, because we're going under construction management, we'll be able to stop on a dime, literally. We will take it easy. One of the things I did discuss with the facilities is that maybe we only get as far as building the elevator shaft right now, and we buy the elevator in the next fiscal cycle, that kind of stuff. So it's all designed, all planned, depending on our flow of capital.
Thank you. Any further questions on the motion? Seeing none, those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you to both of you. I know that it's been a lot of work, and we look forward to seeing what's going to happen with Victoria Park. So thank you guys. Yep, go ahead.
And just want to make note in case anyone's watching live stream and has been unable to get on if they wanted to join public forum. The link was missing. The link is now on the website. So maybe we'll check in another 10 minutes to see, 15 minutes to see if anyone joins us. If you go to the main website, refresh your browser, go to the main website page and just scroll down a little bit and you will see a link that will take you to the board meeting. And then we will know if you join us that you are hoping to join public forum. And so it was scheduled for 5, but certainly the link wasn't there. And so if we wait another, we'll let people join and then we'll check again in 15 minutes. Does that make sense, Chair Purcell?
Yep, that's excellent. Thank you. So we will, Leanne will keep watching for that and advise us if any come in. So thank you. So back to our agenda. We're way back at 6.1. So next is the superintendent's report with the board priorities report.
Again, the purpose of the report, of course, is so that as a system, we're accountable to the board and to the public to sort of be transparent and accountable for what it is that we're doing under each of the priorities. And so under the domain of student growth and achievement, if you keep scrolling, Leanne, there we go. I'm just going to put in a few highlights. You had a presentation earlier this afternoon from our Director of Curriculum and our two teachers who are overseeing numeracy and literacy. And so certainly in the literacy and numeracy areas, there has been a 4-year focus, 3-year intensive focus on those areas. And so I certainly commend that team for building the capacity in our schools. And we've had a number of new teachers and we'll continue to work with them. And of course, a main part of that work going into next year will start to become curriculum, as you saw that they're already doing their first workshops in May for those teachers. If you, Christine Lee already mentioned in her report, I'm just really excited about the tech team and designing a school in Minecraft, I have to say, because that just simply looks like a lot of fun. So, and then if we go to wellness, Leanne, I'm just skipping through quickly. And Morag mentioned this in her report, but again, want to highlight the Anti-Racism and Anti-Oppression Committee has been doing a lot of work, and the board policy committee will see a new policy come to them, and of course that will go to stakeholders and that will eventually come to the board. And I just want to say again, give commendations to our individuals who oversee and welcome our individuals who are new and families and children new to Lethbridge. So if you can see under diversity, we've welcomed many newcomers since 2022, since the new year, from a number of, from 10, 11, 12, 14 different countries. And so certainly, and it's difficult to say whether or not there'll be an impact, of course, with the terrible things that are happening across the ocean now, right, in the Ukraine. And excited to see if there's going to be come to fruition with Red Crow College and some practicum placements there. And let's just go all the way down to the management of growth and supportive learning spaces. And again, want to say, and Daniel's gone, but I was going to say thank you to Daniel and Christine for the work that, the work that his team has done on designing on and thinking about how we can stage renovations to the air quality of a school. It's in much need of that. And as well, it's exciting to start to see schools create outdoor spaces, right? As you can see, we've got Agnes Davidson looking at that project in their future. Unless there's any questions, that would be just quickly cruising through some of the highlights.
Craig.
Whoever can answer this. Now that the UL Faculty Association has signed an agreement, it's been accepted by their Board of Governors. What does that mean for our kids with dual credit? Are they going to be able to get it done?
Yes, they will. Yep. And the letters, I know that I spoke to, I didn't get a chance to speak to the other two, but I know that my understanding is LCI sent a letter home to parents either yesterday or today, letting parents know, yep, we're back and running, kids will finish. And that'll be the same with all the dual credit.
And when do they usually finish the dual credit course? Middle of April?
Yeah, middle of April. And so this will carry through to June. Yeah, it'll go a little longer.
Middle of May or May. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So yes, it's wonderful that they're back in.
Excellent. Any other questions for Cheryl? Okay. Acknowledgements of excellence in showcase.
Right, and so certainly we've got some individuals within our school division to certainly, if you see them or know them or run into them in a school, very prestigious awards from Lethbridge Sport Council. We've got Jacob Sargent Chinook, junior male athlete, and Micah Eves, LCI junior female athlete, and our very own Brad Dersch, who's currently the vice principal at GS Lakey and incoming principal for the 22-23 school year for the prestigious Sean Ward Sport Championship. And so certainly, if you see Brad, you can extend congratulations his way. And of course, we always showcase some schools each month. Emmanuel Christian Elementary. I know that those trustees who may be new this year, Certainly, I know that for Executive Council, we always fiercely fight over being an executive member with Emmanuel, being a liaison with Emmanuel Christian Elementary School, because they are just so gracious, and Barbie usually has tea and, you know, treats and everything else. It's just a nice place to go and be. Wonderful school, very caring. And so some of the highlights they've given is their Teaching for Transformation graphics. That's been a program that's sort of threaded through their faith-based delivery piece of their program, and they've been doing that for a number of years. And certainly it's just really integrated and threaded across their subjects. It's a very nice way to integrate their faith-based perspectives in their school. And they've also been very service-based, volunteerism-based. So that's just been a piece of Emmanuel Christian since certainly they've joined us, and I've had the privilege of being able to visit that school and serving their local and global communities. And there's certainly a lot more there, but I'll move on to Cole Agnes Davidson. And as you all know, this is their first year as sort of a single stream French immersion. Oh my goodness, they're doing absolutely amazing work under Tara Leggett as the principal. And so certainly they've had they're really excited that they can move forward with some real celebration pieces that are connected with the whole French immersion culture piece, like their carnival. I know I'm not going to say things like carnival, and the Quebec Winters, which is the Quebec Winter Celebration. They've always been huge on their Science and Heritage Fair, and I know they've been a little limited the last 2 years of COVID, and that's always been a huge event in their school. Really looking forward to that. And of course, there are other things like some of our other elementary schools finally going, yay, we can do choir and handbells and do some different kinds of things. And so certainly a really active and happy school to go. And when you visit Agnes Davidson, it's fun. Like the kids are just all happy. Like it's really fun going there and visiting their classrooms, because no matter who you are, they just think that you're the best person to come in, and they say hello, and they're just very welcoming and fun to be around. And that goes with Lethbridge Christian as well. So certainly they're having a lot of fun being able to do their hosting of spirit days and their nature walks and their field trips. And of course, because they're a K-8 school, they've got that nice mix of some adolescents who need to get out and get active and do some off-campus kinds of physical education, and of course their middle school band and so forth. And so those are three amazing schools that are part of Lethbridge School Division.
Excellent. Thank you, Cheryl. Not seeing any. Oh, Craig has a question. Go ahead.
Well, not a question. I'm just going to say that the reason Brad Dersh has done so well is because I was one of his junior high teachers.
Excellent. So moving on to COVID highlights, Cheryl.
And so really, I don't know if I need to spell it, because for the public, it will be, as Garrett always does, it will be put up on the COVID highlight section of the website. And so really, there's not anything new relevant to school restrictions. There's been nothing new. And so all restrictions are removed from schools, the same as the last board meeting. And so really what will be in the public, what will be on our website under COVID updates is just simply an update on number of cases in Lethbridge, what the trend has been for number of cases for the month, what the trend has been for the week. And so that trend information will be there, but there certainly isn't any new information relative to the operation of schools. So unless there's any questions from trustees.
Not seeing any questions. Thank you. So we'll move on to calendar events.
And that's there. And are there any events that we've missed on the calendar?
Okay, go ahead, Christine.
So community conversations for April will be April 13th from 8:30 a.m. until 10 a.m. I'm trying to meet some of those families that are maybe home with their younger children. April 13th, yeah.
8:30 to 10.
8:30 a.m. until 10 a.m. So right after school drop-off that they can pop by. And it'll be at the YMCA of Lethbridge in one of the fieldhouse courts so that kiddos can play while the parents communicate.
Does that go out in an email somewhere? Because I don't recall getting one for last month.
How about we wait until we'll get to that part, community conversations. Sounds good. And then, Leanne, if you can just add the April 28th for the off-campus event. And Morag? Tyler?
March 25th, is that new teacher induction? Did they? I have down March 25th, but that's why I'm asking. Yeah, well, that was going to be my next question. Is anyone actually going? But okay. It's online. Okay, good enough.
Sorry, Tyler, it took me a few minutes to process. It was online and they did respond back that they're hopeful that we'll be invited next year.
Okay, good enough.
Then, of course, tomorrow is Zone 6, and all trustees are invited to that. That information's in your emails. Craig?
April 5th, Board Committee of the Whole, we haven't decided on a topic, is that right? Have we? Has the board decided on a topic?
We were told wellness, but that unless the board has told us otherwise.
We'll confirm that for you. Just keep that date and time for.
Is the finance, that one is the 29th?
That's the 29th.
Hey, isn't that 2? Don't we have 2 meetings for that? We have 1? No. 1. Oh.
Okay. I missed, I couldn't hear what she said.
I'm just going to throw out that we might, as a board, think about board development at that time.
Okay, for sure. We'll take that back. Okay. Sounds good. We'll get that to you in the next couple days. Sounds good. Okay. Sounds good for the calendar events. And for those provincial champions that aren't here, we'll do them next month. Okay, sounds good. Then moving on to policy review. So we're down at 8.1. I gotta scroll in my, pardon me? Oh, nothing, no. Okay, so we're at 8.1 for policy review. I did run into Trish in the hallway and she had something that she needed to get to that was pre-booked. So obviously our timing is way off from when we invited her, but Craig is going to, as the chair of that, continue on, and then Cheryl is here as support for that as well. So go ahead, Craig.
Okay, we had a meeting in March. I think, yeah, before I left on holidays. And the policies that were reviewed was 400.1.1, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. And I think this was mainly for staff, as far as I remember.
Yes, it's only a staff
Yeah,
policy.
it's a
There's a
staff-
whole different
yeah.
policy for students,
So
yes.
anyway, you can see the changes and the different things we added or changed. So we would like to present this for approval as policy 400.1.1, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression as amended.
Thank you. Any questions? Christina.
So I have a couple questions and a couple comments. So one, I just appreciate the change in 1.6 to remove the determined on case by case to provided to all staff. I appreciate that change of language. For the section, in 2.5, I'd be curious about the conversation around the removal of develop implement to leave just evaluate. I would say not just our division, but all divisions are still in an emergent sort of process around implementing these type of policies. And I think that it may be preemptive to say that we're not still in a stage to develop policy and procedure on this topic.
Cheryl, do you want to answer that?
And actually, that's a good point, because I remember the committee talking about that.
Yeah.
And perhaps, and Christina, I'm not sure, but perhaps it should be where rather than develop, implement, and evaluate, there should be ongoing evaluation, development, and implementation. You know what I'm saying? It should be like a cyclical process. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, absolutely. I just think that the
So rather than
removal of development and implement.
Right.
I'd
So
like to
rather
see it
than
still there.
continue, it could say ongoing evaluation, development, and implementation
Yeah, I'd be
of
happy with that.
inclusive education strategies.
Yeah,
Does that
that's
make
fair. Yep.
sense?
So that would be 2.5, Christine?
Yeah,
Correct, yeah.
ongoing.
Ongoing
Evaluation,
evaluation.
development, and implementation.
Okay.
Thank you. And then my question, I'm not sure, it's not necessarily about the edits so much as it is, I think this policy lacks some timelines and accountability in terms of how these things are implemented. And my understanding is that those types of pieces go in a procedure, which is great. To date, I've not seen a procedure on this policy, and it has been a policy for quite some time. And so I'd like our board to encourage the creation of a procedure to go with this in a sort of report back kind of situation. I'd like to see that implemented sooner than later.
Okay, thanks, Christina.
Morag?
If I can give just a quick little background of the last 5 years around the procedure piece. The appendix that is attached, the SOGI document, that was created so that a procedure wouldn't be as prescriptive given just the unique needs of every student that we work with. And the feedback from Positive Spaces was a procedure would be too limited, but I'm sure we can bring that conversation back to Positive Spaces now that the SOGI document has been released. I think the most recent articulation from the Positive Spaces group was that our SOGI document is not a live document. It's been created and it has sat there. And so I think we all recognize that we need to roll up our sleeves and get back to it. And that's sort of that bottleneck I was talking about earlier with all of our inclusion work, right? And I hear the timelines piece as well. I think it's, yeah, it's a tricky one for sure, Christina, but I think we can definitely give conversation to if we were to have a procedure, what would a procedure look like, right? And then what within our SOGI document could we maybe streamline to create a procedure piece? Because I don't know if we put timelines in procedures right now, Cheryl. I don't think I've seen that.
No, there can be in terms of accountability pieces, right? So procedures can have timelines in them in terms of reporting and accounting for, right? And so, yeah, there can be timelines in a procedure. Yep, there can be.
Craig, if it's a new, is it on that? Okay, sounds good. Go ahead.
I would agree, Christina. And that's at our board retreat, we brought up the fact that we have way too many policies, not enough procedures, and procedures are living documents. So just because you have a procedure doesn't mean it can't be changed from year to year. Just like a policy can be reviewed, procedures can be reviewed. So I like that idea of having a procedure that the board directs the central office to develop, the admin team to develop to go along with a policy.
And Tyler?
Mine was similar to Christina's, and just in 2, the main one, I'm just not sure why we would add the word implementing. I would think that we would be committed to these measures, not just committed to implementing them. So I'm not sure why that word would have been added. Because I think we should be doing more than just implementing the measures, and the way it reads is that's all we're really committed to doing.
I'd
We're
have
not
to
committed to ensuring that discriminatory behaviors, et cetera, et cetera.
Where is, I'm lost in my notes.
Just on 2?
Yeah, I
Oh,
see
here,
that.
yeah.
I'm trying to remember that conversation. And it's interesting because the committee kind of went, the policy committee thought that is committed to measures. And they says, well, how does that make it actionable? And I think they thought the word implementing made it actionable, but
it does,
but
only,
it does,
initially.
but only initially. Yeah. So it's I don't know if it makes it less actionable in the sense of, but really that just means you do it and you leave it alone. I mean, it would be if the board thinks that's a word better taken out, that wouldn't be difficult.
Or a different word. I don't think implementing.
Yeah. Can I answer that? I think we weren't satisfied that we'd done all that we could, but I think we could solve that by adding the word after implementing and maintaining measures that will. Yeah, if we added that, then it says we're trying to implement and we're going to maintain them.
I'm seeing some nods around the room. Okay. Yep. And Jenny?
Oh, I just was looking for understanding in the additions of the words perceived and actual, and if that adds to it, or if that, like I think that we want to have a mutual respect for differences. I don't know if it's helpful to say some are perceived. They're equally they're equally valid as. I don't know. Does that add to it? Maybe I don't understand it.
Yeah, and so
Generating space,
that's
creating
been a big learning piece for our school staff, because then it suspends judgment around whether it's actual or perceived. We just honor where that person is coming from. And so that's the language that also Edmonton Public chose to use through legal consult.
Question I had for wording. In 1.8, have their identities, families, cultures. Are we referring to their family compositions? Or like the wording of that almost makes it sound like we're referring to an individual family, which wouldn't be represented in all aspects of the school environment because there's obviously some privacy, but we want the family composition for, different compositions of families, whatever gender identity or sexual orientation they have. We want those represented throughout our school environments. I just wondered if that was clear. Sorry, 1.8. Just the families part, I wonder if it needs clarity with the composition of their families. I don't know. Maybe.
I think it was understood that, this is a staff, not a student policy, but a staff policy that we recognize the identities of families and that there's various types of families in our division, not only LGBTQ families, but also single parent families and that. So I think we just felt all right with that. We just wanted to make sure that within the school environment, we recognize those identities and that we're not separating, we're not trying to omit anybody from it.
Christina, is that your hand up? Okay.
A little hand. Yeah, so I just wanted to circle back to the procedure piece because I think we've covered the rest of those pieces. Fine. Yeah. And so it sounds like there is a general agreement that we want to move towards something that's more actionable, like this language around the implementation being, in the spirit of implementation and action, and the conversation with the Positive Spaces group being around what is the best way to have action, and maybe if we have tried that document, but that hasn't sort of lifted off, that maybe we could go back to the drawing table about what is an actionable process here, because I think a great deal of work has gone into this policy over many, many years. And I would like us to have a action here. So I'm just curious on maybe some guidance on how we can move that forward.
Yeah, for sure. Craig?
Well, I think one of the things we can do is pass the procedure, and then we can make a motion that we direct the admin team to look at developing a procedure that would support this policy. That would be, in my mind, that's the right way to do it.
So just to correct at the beginning, your language was that we would pass this procedure, and it's to pass this policy is what you were saying?
Or pass the policy.
Yes.
And then we could make another motion to have the admin team look at developing a procedure that would support this this policy. Does that, Christine, is that what you're looking for?
I'm open to what is best needed by the staff. And I appreciate the direction that the division has gone in really going back to staff about what they need. With that being said, so I don't want to be too directive that it needs to be a procedure necessarily. I'm open to a conversation around what action looks like. And I think my only concern with not being too prescriptive in an action item is that we get back into a cycle of, okay, we're back to the group and now we're back. And with great respect to teachers, and obviously individuals for whom are affected by this policy are experts in their own experience. We are also the experts in governance, and it is okay for us to provide some direction and support to staff who are maybe less experienced with policy and procedure about what are some of the tools that are available to them in asking for. And so maybe we just need to go back to that group, maybe with more information about the role of procedures and policies, because we don't expect teachers to be experts in procedure. That's our job and executive council's job. So yeah, that's my only comment about. I'm not married to a procedure being the direction.
Okay, so I have Morag and then Mike.
So this is specifically the staff policy, and we have a student policy as well that has very similar language. We created this policy from Positive Spaces work, and so I would like to take this back to Positive Spaces for them to see the amendments, and then to say that there has been a recommendation from the board to explore where we go to keep this process live, because we recognize that it has been dormant through the pandemic and our SOGI document has not become a regular thing that people refer to in our schools. And so what would their recommendations be so that we're coming up with a collaborative process? There are people with lived experience in the Positive Spaces, and I would follow their expertise and their guidance on that, but then as well, to bring the policy back to the group who spent time on it, and then as well to bring the SOGI document back to say, okay, what are our next steps? And then I would absolutely report to the board on what the next steps would be so that we know that we're all being accountable to this really important work.
Thank you. Mike?
Yeah, just quickly to Christina's point, when I look at the policy, I really see it as a policy and a procedure just to some degree. That second part is, and it may not be the template that we want to follow, but that second part really is in a lot of ways about action. The first part is more about, this is the atmosphere and the expectations that we have in the division. And the second part is more about, here are the actions we take to make sure that that's what exists. And I think that's something that Craig's talked about, is some of our policies sort of walk a line between, they jump back and forth between policy and procedure. And that may or may not be a starting point, but I definitely see that as an action item. And the other thing I'd say, Morag, as we go into that work, it would certainly be appreciated for HR to be involved in that, because it is a staff policy and procedure.
So Morag, if I'm hearing correctly, it's to not pass the policy today, but to send the policy back. Policy, okay. Okay, sounds good. And then Christina, are you okay with that it would get sent back? Did you want to see an action item on that?
No,
You're good with
yeah,
that?
if it can be taken to Positive Spaces for consideration. Yeah, and then if we can get that report back for further consideration.
Sounds good. Craig?
So my understanding is that we would like to, it looks like, approve the policy with the amendments and then send it back to creating spaces. Is that it? Or
Positive Spaces.
If I'm understanding correctly, right, then that approved policy would go back to Positive Spaces to begin to explore how to bring the policy to life in the division.
Okay,
with
so it could
respect to
be,
making-
end up being.
It might be, it might be a SOGI document, it might be a procedure, but for that group who sort of were the scripters of the policy to now sort of acknowledge, okay, it's been revised, now it's been dormant, now how are we going to, what do we need to do? Do we need a procedure? Do we need a, so, and leaving Morag sort of the one who would come and report back to the board on that.
And we do have a document, and I'd really encourage the whole board to review a 60-page document on SOGI practices in our division that we worked collaboratively on 3 years ago. And that would be the document that I would really like to spend some time with Positive Spaces to say, okay, where are we at with our practices in our schools? Do we still have genderized bathrooms? Do we still line up boys and girls? So why are we doing this when we're saying that we believe in otherwise? So there's just a lot of work and conversation that has to happen, both in a survey from our school level to say where are we at, but as well to say where do we need to go from here. So yeah, thanks.
So Craig, what we're looking for is a motion to pass this policy as amended.
Yes. Before I do that, what is SOGI? Or what is SOGI? What is it? What does it stand for?
So if you look at the policy, if you can scroll up. So sexual orientation, gender identity. It's the SOGI.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I move that we approve 400.1.1 sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression as amended.
Thank you. I see two hands. So Jenny and then Christine.
What was the name of the document you were suggesting we should look at?
It's an appendix to this document. If you go into policies, it'll be there.
It's a 60-page appendix. And okay.
Yeah.
And Christine.
Just a thought. In some of our policies, we have the line that the superintendent has the authority to create the process. Is that something that we would want to include in this policy? Most policies have that, so it's lacking in here. And so, so I'm not sure if, looking at number 2, it says the board is committed to implementing measures. Would we want to put the board is committed to supporting measures? And then the implementation, and then under 2, the superintendent is responsible for the implementation. I don't have the right wording.
And actually that might have been missed on this policy because you're right, almost on every policy. It says the board delegates to the superintendent the authority to develop the procedures necessary to implement this policy.
So we would
add that
as the amendment, friendly amendment.
Yeah.
And then a vote on that, I guess.
Sounds good. Any further questions on the friendly amendment or the motion on the floor? Seeing none, those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And if you'd like to go on to the next policy, Craig.
Yes, 402.8.3 Employee and Family Assistance Program. And that's, when we went through that, that's why we asked Mike for some additional information, which was given to us. So you can read the changes, or the additions. And are there any any questions?
I'm not seeing any questions.
Okay, I move that we adopt policy 402.8.3 Employee and Family Assistance Program as amended.
Thank you. Not seeing any questions. All in favor? And that's carried. Then you have one more.
One more, yes. It was the co-curricular and extracurricular honorarium. And the reason we changed that is that when the old policy, it wasn't really it wasn't in effect, basically. It was all over the place. So we changed it just to an honorarium. And I can't remember, there were some other things that they could use instead of an honorarium, but it just got too confusing. And so you can see the changes. And one of the things that was added is, well, we discussed so that you should realize is that not all co-curricular and extracurricular activities are equal. Like for instance, the golf coach is maybe 1.5 days of coaching the kids, whereas basketball is 3 months. And so that's why and all schools have the ability, and I think that's important, to allot these different days that they're given to the types of coaching that they do or the co-curricular. So other than that, if they don't want to take, the other thing was if they don't want to take the honorarium and as leave, they'll be reimbursed the monetary amount through payroll. And I know it looks funny, 2.55 days, but that's because of Friday, I think, is more than a half day. Yeah. Yeah. So any questions on that?
Christina, and then Jenny.
There was many hands. Does someone need to go first?
I just wanted to point out probably one of the significant changes as well is it used to just say teacher. Now it's staff,
Yeah,
right?
staff.
And so that was, I think, an important change, recognizing the value of all staff who do co-curricular and extracurricular.
Yeah.
Thanks, Christina.
In 2.2, was there a change from 3 days to 2.55? Is that what I'm seeing? Or was it 3.55?
No, I don't think there was.
Well, what we discovered, it's funny when something has been reviewed for a long time, what we discovered is 2.5 has been the case like forever. And it's just wrong in the policy that it's been so we did double, triple check that. I checked with Christine, checked with payroll. It's been 2.5 forever. And so that was corrected to reflect practice. And I don't know why that was 2.5 when I started here. I don't know.
Christine?
Just for some frame of reference too, we allocate in the budget allocation model, we allocate, we looked at it today, I think it's around $100,000 that gets distributed across all the schools. So it's not, this is a token, right? It's not a lot of money that, so the 100,000 gets distributed based on number of students, that sort of thing, to the schools and in the instruction budget committee. So that's just sort of, they get a little pot of money in their school fund for this. Some schools, of course, supplement it because you've got more, some of your middle schools and high schools would be more active with those sort of things, and so they'd have more money to divvy out for those.
And then just a second question was, is this part of negotiations with staff? Like this is just a us policy. We came up with an amount that we give them as sort of a extra.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, the collective agreement specifically says that extracurricular, co-curricular are strictly voluntary. So,
Jenny?
That was my question, is when it's strictly voluntary, how does this work in? Like, and how does it work? So, like, are these funds, does the principal then have to request for the funds? Like, because it has to be approved by the principal, or what does it come out of?
No, through instructional budget committee, we have a lot of little lines we allocate money to, one of which is to this particular line. It's 100, we're talking 100,000 for the whole district. Okay, so it gets divvy up on a per student. So it's not a lot of money. It's we're talking so token. And it goes to the school, into their school site budget. Some principals will choose to top that up to allocate out. Then what they do is they assign, so at the end of the year, they'll take a look and say, okay, I had, 2 or 3 of my teachers really active in coaching. This is the number of, roughly months or hours. I had one person, as Craig did an example, maybe it's a day and a half or something. They did coaching, and then they assign, okay, I'm going to give this person a 0.45. I'm going to give this person a 2.55. Maybe they're a coach that does basketball, volleyball. I don't know if that's possible, but does all those things at once. They're going to get a 2.55 allocated and so forth. And so they determine, and then they come up with, that's going to cost X number of dollars because we use the substitute rate, because if they're taking time off, there's a sub coming in. And then they determine, okay, well, the little the money I got was $5,000 from the district to provide this. It comes up to $6,000. Yeah, I'll top it up with $1,000 from my school fund. That's sort of roughly how it works.
So that made sense to me, like that we're using this money to bring in subs because sometimes these tournaments or activities or whatever during the day. But then when we add in that anyone not using this money can just receive it on their paycheck, then that doesn't make sense to me.
No, if they choose not, they have two choices. They have two choices. They can take it on as an honorarium, which would be paid out to them at the end of June, or they can choose to take it as time off in the following school year, up to 2.55 days. And when they take that, the cost of that 2.55 days when they take it off is the sub cost that we're paying in that school year. If they get it paid as an honorarium, they don't get the day off.
Oh, I see. So this isn't directly to cover the cost of the teacher being away. This is a reward type thing.
It's just a recognition because it's voluntary. It's a recognition. Hey, you did, thank you for doing all that coaching. Here's a 0.55 day off, so a morning off, or here you did a lot.
And the principal just figures out how to allocate
They
it.
figure it out. Usually they have a way of tracking based on a time system. Yeah.
Okay.
And-
This was all news to me.
Yeah, and the reason it's a 0.55 is the morning is actually longer than the afternoon. And so that's why it's a 0.55, and then the afternoon is except Friday, and then the afternoon is a 0.45. So,
Sounds good.
thank you for the questions. I move that we accept or adopt policy 404.6, co-curricular and extracurricular honorarium as amended. Oh, question?
Okay, I'm like,
All
you
right.
guys all have like every single person. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, no, there's lots of questions. So Tyler and then Christine. And Christina, did you put your hand back up?
They were just voting. They were with you just voting.
Yes.
First one, nitpicking, 2.25. That's just worded poorly. So someone with who's past English, do help me. Yeah, it should say something like with at least 1 week's notice where possible or something. It's jumbled. So I don't like the wording of it.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a must though. It's wherever possible. So they'll let them do it. Anyways, it needs different wording.
I think so, yeah.
Provide. Just say provide.
Wherever possible, 1 week's notice prior to taking the days off using.
You don't need the words prior to taking the days off. That's what notice says. It's just, you've mentioned it twice now. That's what notice is.
The wherever possible is a poor start.
You don't need the addition of prior to taking the days off because you've already communicated that by using the word notice.
I think you need to start with something other than whenever possible, because that's what ruins the whole, that's what's jumbling it. So you could start with provide at least 1 week's notice where possible, something like that. But starting the sentence with where possible doesn't work well.
Provide 1 week. Using the absent reporting system.
Okay, whatever. Sounds good. It's a little better.
Thank you.
Now,
Sorry. I think the wherever possible is designed to say, well, we would like a week's notice, but there might be a situation where you only give 2 days notice, but it's not a big deal. So we should probably keep that in there.
Yeah, but I would say like
Just
provide.
put it in a different.
I would
put it in
move it
different order.
to the back of it though. Like provide 1 week's notice where possible.
Over here. Tyler, sorry, go ahead.
I would just say, I can agree with keeping that, but I would probably say provide at least 1 week's notice where possible and continue. I don't even know what that means. It just doesn't sound good. Doesn't sound no good to me.
Okay, no, I accept that. That sounds good. So that would read, provide 1 week's notice where possible using the absent reporting system. Okay.
Yeah, that's good, okay. Hey, you shortened it up, that's good. Oh, I'm still going. Hey,
Oh,
we'll be
oh,
able to get
sorry.
your hand down?
I have you next, Andrea.
Okay, so what's confusing a little bit about this is it says employees who do not wish to take it. So it doesn't really say what they're being paid, because a teacher is paid different than a sub. So is this, if they go to 2.3 and they decide, I'm not going to take the time off, I want to take the money, are we paying them at the sub rate? I think somewhere in here it should say that. Because if I'm a teacher, especially if I'm a teacher reading this, you're giving me 2.55 days is all it says. My rate as a senior teacher with 10 plus years in the division, 2.55 days is way more than the sub rate. So I would put that it needs to be somewhere in there that it says you're paying at the sub rate.
We could add that to, will be reimbursed the monetary amount at the sub rate through payroll.
Sounds good.
2.3. And it just comes after, will be reimbursed the monetary amount, and then we just add at the sub rate, at the substitute rate through payroll.
I would probably put it at the end though. Will be reimbursed the monetary amount through payroll at the sub rate.
That's fine too. Yep.
Save a comma. No, we're saving the commas.
We're saving the comma.
Okay, so in recognition of time, Tyler, you're done? Andrea's yours quick, because we have a motion on the table and we also need to do another motion before 6. Tyler, we are on time here. We're about to 6. Go, Andrea's yours quick, or do you want us to?
Well, I was checking on something grammatically, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. But I also just wanted to say thank you for this policy, because when you attend a play like we went to Shrek, that director will have put in 500 hours. So I think, and that's not why they do it. They do it for the love of the kids, but I think it.
Okay. Thank you. So we need to quickly get through this motion because we have one more motion in 1 minute. So Craig, is that okay as a friendly amendments that Tyler made?
Yep,
okay, so the motion's on the table. Any further questions? And those in favor? And that's carried. And then I need a motion for carrying on past 6 o'clock. Christine would like to make that motion. And any questions? And those in favor? Andrea, are you in favor of past 6? Going past 6 o'clock. Thank you. And we made it at 5:59. Good.
Just looking at the amount that we have to do and the fact that I do have to watch my diabetes, my rates, I would propose that we order something to eat sometime after 6. Oh, it's going to be, I can guarantee it. But anyway, that would be, I think we need something. I don't know if you have to make a motion or not, but
What was that, Tyler? Okay, let's keep moving.
Well,
Christina?
I was gonna say, but I think like if Craig needs it for health, like
absolutely.
you're welcome to order something, Craig. That's totally fine.
Yeah.
I just don't like eating in front.
Well, we don't mind.
No, I've already had those. Yeah. Because not only do we have this to do, but we also have a number of items left on in camera.
Okay. So at this point, I'm seeing that the rest of the board is okay just to proceed to see how far we get, and that.
Go here?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, that'll work.
Sounds good. Perfect. So we'll go on to that stage. Okay, so board budget belief statements. Go ahead, Christine.
So at your board planning session that we held, development of the budget, I call them the motherhood and apple pie statements for guiding our budget.
Christine, can you turn your mic on, please?
Sorry. So this is sort of your motherhood and apple pie statements for guiding the development of the budget. And of course we use this, and then we also look at the priorities. And so when you reviewed it at the board planning session, the only change that was made was to the second last bullet. It now reads, the board believes opportunities for student learning are achieved by allocating funds to specific centralized programs and services. Was there any other changes you wanted to make to the board belief statements at this time before officially approving them?
I'm not seeing any. So I need a motion. Christine?
I move that the board adopt the budget belief statements for 2022-2023 as presented.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Those in favor? And that's carried.
Great, thank you.
Then moving on, our next item is full day all week kindergarten. And Andrea, you're going ahead with that? Okay.
Sure. So this memorandum is from Jenny and Craig and from myself, and it is regarding full day all week kindergarten. So the background, we have been hearing about the benefits of full day all week kindergarten for many kindergarten children. The extra time given to these young students to practice important language and social skills, to develop early literacy and numeracy skills through play, and to develop a love of lifelong learning is invaluable, and this is reflected in their later literacy and numeracy skill development. We would like to bring advocacy to the idea of full day all week kindergarten. Right, I guess it would be morning. Should I change the wording of that?
When we fill out the calendar for Alberta education, we consider Monday to Friday a week and every day a day. So each day, even though Friday's compressed, it's still considered a calendar day.
And with the thought of this going forward to ASBA, it wouldn't, not all divisions have the Friday half day. So so it can't be specific to our division if this is going to go forward for ASBA. So, okay, so looking for conversation, Tyler.
Just clarification for me then. So you want to have kids in kindergarten all day, every day, Monday to Friday? Because when we run full day kindergarten now, we're just going like like Monday, Wednesday, and Tuesday, Thursday. You want to go all week long? Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. Further comments or questions? You have a comment? Oh.
Just one
She
comment.
came running.
No, I know. Well, because I'm just waiting for dinner to eat. Just one comment though, and this is me speculating, I think one of the reasons that they have not approved this or put money towards it is there's no space in the province to add all those extra classrooms. So I think it's a great idea. I'm just wondering, that would be one of the consequences is space. So.
And I think that that's something that this committee could certainly take a look at, that piece as well, if this is the direction that the division goes. Go ahead, Jenny.
If it's unreasonable to advocate for it for the entire division, could it be reasonable to advocate for it for some of our most, I don't know what the proper wording would be, but the schools where the students need it the most? Could we advocate for it, I don't know, some is better than none, maybe kind of thing? I don't know.
Craig?
Well, I think what we want to do is, if we pass this recommendation, it's going to go to ASBA in the fall general meeting. So we have 5 or 6 months to develop our reasoning and the different options that could be out of that. But this just gives us the opportunity now that the board knows that we have to make a presentation at the ASBA general meeting in the fall. So it's just a matter of saying, yeah, we're interested in doing it, and we're going to present all of the different information that we can.
Tyler and then Andrea.
I'm good with this as far as setting up the committee and everything. I just want to confirm that before a resolution goes to ASBA or anything else, it comes back to the board first, and as a board, we would approve that going to ASBA?
And I would like to, I'm with you on that, Tyler. I think that we should suggest an amendment that the committee is formed to work on the writing of the resolution and that they bring it back to our, to the
Anyways,
full
yeah.
board. So if we can add that as an amendment. Okay. And then Andrea, you had comment or question?
Speaking to Jenny's idea, as I've been researching, I do see that Edmonton Public, for example, has it at some schools, not at all. And it's an idea to look to the other divisions to find out what they are doing and how they feel about it.
And then also to look to see if ASBA has a policy already on full day, all day kindergarten as well, just to see what is already there in existence. So, okay. Any further questions? So, Andrea, are you going to make that motion with an amendment? Okay.
I motion that the board form a committee to work on writing a resolution to bring back to the board, and then if they agree, to present at the ASBA Fall General Meeting calling for provincial government funding to support full day, all week kindergarten.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? And those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next, we have curriculum advocacy, and that's Christina. Oh, Jenny.
Do we need to create that committee?
Oh, I guess. So are there people going to arm wrestle the three that put their names forward? Are you three okay to be on that committee to do that work? Yes. Okay. Everybody's good. That's the three on the committee then. Perfect.
Can we
Christina.
provide some feedback? I don't want to be on the committee.
Yes.
But I would like to offer some thoughts.
Yes.
For consideration. Okay.
Yep. So if you guys can kind of link Christina in when you're meeting, as she does have definitely some community perspective that she can bring forward, I think, for the development of this piece. Okay, Craig. Okay. So next we're moving on to the curriculum advocacy, and go ahead, Christina.
So the memo is in your package for your review, but just to continue the conversation around curriculum advocacy, I'd like to propose that we add our voice to the ongoing conversation at the provincial level in requesting a delay of implementation and sharing our support for the current delays on certain pieces that was recently announced. Is there questions on the memo?
Tyler.
I just had a question for maybe Cheryl or Morag. Is that what you would prefer to do? Or what do you think on this front as far as doing that?
Well,
or do you
I've
think
been
we need to be
working
moving forward?
with Karen. So just to be clear, I was going to ask just for clarity. So the delay is the grades 4 to 6 ELAL and mathematics, and supporting that in a letter. And so are you wanting the board to write a letter that would advocate for postponement of what was announced in terms of moving forward, like for the K-3 2022?
If that's the will of the division. I mean, I think this division is well prepared to implement whatever curriculum any government decides to implement. But hearing from teachers and parents that this is not what we would like to see, that was...
Well, it'd be interesting, Christine, because perhaps it's not so much implementation timelines as we still don't have a copy of the curriculum. And so it may be that we express huge dissatisfaction for no changes to it, right? When they went through all this charade of making changes, hopefully they've made changes that reflect the concerns that were brought forward by the board. And so maybe this could be a broader statement, so or that we wait until it's released Right. And maybe we see what's in them when it's released, because it may be that we're ready for K-3 ELA and math, but we'd love to see postponement of K-6. Yeah, like, and actually I could say that with confidence now. We'd love to see the delay of the wellness and physical education, because that's just too much all at once for teachers. Literacy, numeracy, move ahead. Perhaps they've made changes or not made changes that were recommended by all of the stakeholders, but we would, for the physical education and wellness, it would be very helpful for our teachers, given this late date that it's rolling out in the spring, to do the 2 core subjects and then the physical education and wellness in 2023.
So what I have read on social media from Minister LaGrange is that there is changes to the curriculum that is going to be out to all boards in April, and that she for sure guarantees us that there are changes. So I have Craig, and then I'll circle back to Christina.
Well, I like the idea of sending a letter, because my concern is it doesn't matter if they bring it in April, May. Our teachers are overworked right now because of all the COVID and everything that's gone on. Now we're expecting them to basically give up their summer to when they need to recuperate and develop some lesson plans and that. And I just find that there's no reasonable person that would expect that from anybody.
I'll come back to you, Christina.
Right. And in terms of our teachers working over the summer, what are bringing in teachers, what we'll be doing is we'll be working with teachers in May. And at that point, at the end of May, June, we'll be saying, do not work on this over the summer. We'll be continuing our work in the fall. And so, because really, as you heard from our curriculum director earlier today, the focus in May when we bring them in will be to affirm the great pedagogy that they've learned over the last 3 years, that this pedagogy, that your best practices in literacy and your best practice in numeracy will, and then we're going to take a look at the curriculum, we'll align in these ways, and we'll move forward in the fall. We're not wanting our teachers to work over the summer or asking our teachers to work over the summer. And it's what we call slow release of implementation, staged implementation, and we feel very ethical doing so. And we feel, and actually our networking when I was in Edmonton last week, that's really what across the province jurisdictions are going to do. They will not be asking teachers to work over the summer. They'll do a staged implementation in the fall, which we would do. We weren't even going to take a look at physical education and wellness till the fall. It'd be helpful if that was actually delayed until 2023, because at this time we don't believe that teachers can be or should be overwhelmed. So we were going to do a staged implementation and make sure that they weren't working over the summer.
Thanks. And I just didn't know what other divisions were doing either.
Andrea.
I so appreciate telling the teachers that they shouldn't work over the summer, and I know that they're ready with their excellent pedagogy. But I agree that it's an unreasonable expectation. It's never happened before. And even Mayor Nenshi weighed in on it. And so I myself would be in support of saying, no, push back all of it. That would be how I would feel.
Tyler.
So I guess my question or solution would be, Christina, would it be good for you to just work with Morag and Cheryl to come up with something that gets your point across? Like I'm all for the curriculum advocacy. Is that the best way to do it, to just work together to come to a draft of something that works for you and seems to work for them in the division, and how it gets done?
I think as long as the board is okay with advocating that both are delayed, one is delayed, or just expressing dissatisfaction, like as long as we're okay with whatever we came up with outside of the table, because I just wouldn't want to represent the board without the board seeing it. And we do have we need to send this before the next board meeting. We're sort of behind the ball in our letter. Can we do a
And-
sort of a check on that?
Yeah, and
Idea? Yeah.
for me, I think that, and I could be wrong, but I think that we send something relatively soon. And then after the announcement of the new curriculum, then we, like what they present to us, then if we want to send another letter, that we do it at that time. So I'm comfortable with us moving forward with that as a delayed option for that we delay it, as you stated, from September for the what is planned to be implemented in September, and that we work together. That's fine, and then we look at a future letter as well. So, Craig,
I agree with Tyler. I think we just need to pass a motion in principle that we support a letter going forward, and that before the letter goes out, it is sent out to the board for review before it is actually sent. And I think that's the best way to do it, because we don't have time to wait for another board meeting.
I'm seeing some looks around the room. So, Cheryl?
We could word it like this. It is recommended that the board write a letter to Minister Adriana Lagrange expressing dissatisfaction with the rollout of the curriculum and timelines associated with it. And then we can do that right away.
Sounds good. My only friendly amendment to that would be that we have seen a number of boards sending that out to all board chairs in the province. So I would like to see that added as a friendly amendment, that it's also CC'd to all board chairs in the province. And that's kind of been a request from ASBA, that if there are curriculum pieces that individual boards are putting forward, that it is sent to other boards as well as ASBA. So, yep.
But we would get a copy of it before it goes out, right? As a board, as per Tyler.
It would have to be a pretty quick turnaround, so there would be a deadline with the expectation that you're
just an email, and
yep,
if you got quick
I'll send it
turnaround.
with exclamation point.
Yeah.
Everybody watch.
Yep.
Perfect.
And if you don't send a response by that deadline, that it is going. Yeah, it is assumed that you haven't said anything. It's good. Okay. So Christina, did you want to make that motion that Cheryl has written out?
Motion whatever Cheryl said.
Okay, I wrote, it is recommended that the board write a letter to Minister Lagrange with a CC to all board chairs expressing dissatisfaction with timelines associated with the rollout of the curriculum.
I so move.
Excellent. Any further questions? Perfect. Those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next, I have welcome back event. And I need to scroll down, and that's Cheryl.
So it's that time of year already, starting to plan for next year. And so, during the 2 years of COVID, the tradition of having sort of a gathering, welcome back breakfast for all staff at the end of August was put on the shelf. And, in the past, a keynote speaker was secured. There's continental breakfast items provided. Things have changed, however, in the division, right, over the course of time. When we think about it, Chinook, it used to be where it would rotate among the different high schools. We've got too many staff now. Chinook is the only high school that can fit that many people. And for those of you 3 years ago who may have been there, that is very, very crowded, right? And so I encourage the board to think about, and I know that Allison and Christine talked about this a little bit, and they may have some ideas. So certainly whatever the board would like to do for a welcome back to staff, we would of course want to facilitate and start to organize that in advance.
Christine?
So typically in the past, we would converge in a high school, as Cheryl said, and it's a really great opportunity for all the staff to come together and reconnect after the summer. So typically there's been food out and people can have a light breakfast and reconnect. And then what we would do is we would move into the gym and there would be a speaker, and Cheryl would speak, the chair would speak and welcome. Often staff love the connecting. They want to get to work. They want to be in their buildings. They want to connect with the staff in their buildings. And so ideas as we started talking about it, even a couple of years ago, how can we be innovative and change? Can we as a board host, for example, a pancake breakfast and just have social time, and even have the board chair still do a message, but that can be videoed and then presented to each school within their staff meeting, right? So there's still a message, but it's not necessarily a gathering of all and hindering their time. They can be doing it within productive time. So that's just one idea that came forward. Other ideas? Liking the idea? Yeah. Andrea?
I do like it later in the week because then staff have already been in their buildings and they do have a lot of things accomplished, and then they feel more comfortable and ready to socialize, I think.
Sounds good. Tyler and then Jenny.
So just for clarification, you don't want to have everyone come together? You just want to record a message and then send that out to the buildings that just have their own welcome back?
No, I would say have a large gathering, like weather dependent, right? But for example, if we have a pancake breakfast and we serve as trustees and allow everybody to gather, and then they go to their schools, and that's when a video message would be presented. So it's not come, sit, listen,
Gotcha, okay.
listen, right? It's just gathering, connecting. We're part of the connecting, and then they can go and have their staff meetings.
Okay, yeah, that's not bad. I think it's important that they all get together because there aren't many opportunities where everyone in the division gets to see so-and-so, their buddy from this school or that school, or this person they used to work with and they haven't worked with for 5 years. So yeah, as long as that I think is still happening in some form, that's I think is good.
Okay, Jenny?
I just had the same question. It wasn't clear to me either, so I'm good. Thanks.
Go ahead, Cheryl, and then Craig.
I think that Chinook would probably still be the only place that would have sufficient parking, right? Like it'd be easier. And if you have a come and go, then people can come and go, socialize. You're not stuck together, glued together in a gym. Because I think people were starting to go, oh, I don't really want to do, like, I think they like seeing each other. They want to see each other. They don't necessarily want to listen to anybody. They want to see each other. That's the point. And then they'll see you because you'll be serving pancakes. And then in terms of a video that we could ask all principals to show, because sometimes they have staff meetings at different times, show at their first staff meeting, please show this video. And I think it would be important on that video that each board member be represented quickly on that video because you're a new board for many staff, right? And so it'd be nice to that everyone is giving that welcome in some way or another so that they know who you are, and that would be shown at their first staff meeting, and that way it's not so overwhelming that they're all crushed together in a gym for their welcome back togetherness, whereas they can just come and go as a group however they want for a couple hours, however long the board thinks it makes sense. And we could have music, have some fun.
Sounds good. So everybody's in favor of us. Oh, sorry, Craig.
In the past, I enjoyed getting together and having a great speaker that could get us everybody excited about the new year, especially after 2 years of this. It would be great to have someone. And if we start to get to a point where our high school can't basically fit everybody in, then we could rent another building that's a little bigger. But I still think it's great to have a speaker that'll get everybody pumped up for the new year. So, but I will go with the majority.
Sounds good. Christina, was that your hand up? Nope. Okay. So are you guys okay? Christina and I will work together with Cheryl and staff to get something going and moving for welcome back. Perfect. And then this, as soon as we have a date, we'll certainly send that out so that everybody can book their time off work so that you can come, if we're doing pancakes, you come flip some pancakes. Sound good? Yes, and we'll let you know when the video shoot is. Sounds good. And just in planning, we should maybe plan for that for June, just knowing that lots of people trying to plan with, trying to get schedules together for doing a video. Okay, perfect. And then next is fuel prices. So I will turn this over Oh, sorry. Okay. So you will have in your notes, it'll be 11.2 is the one that we're covering right now. And go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, I know in the past that Lethbridge Public hasn't been part of the Public School Boards Association. And in fact, a previous board that I know voted to get out of it because of their overindulgence on going against the Catholic school boards. However, that's passed by, and Public Schools Boards Association has what I would consider better PD for trustees than ASBA. And I think it would be, I would like to recommend that if the board is in favor of it, as many board trustees as can attend that association, the association spring general assembly, which is just before ASBA, right? Yeah, it's just before ASBA. So you just go up and you do public school boards and then ASBA. And the more we get up there to attend, then we can make a decision whether we'd like to join in the fall, which I feel that it would give us another access to approach the government, another access of a voice. And we know that the Catholic school divisions have their own association, but they also belong to ASBA. And so I just recommend that that we vote. I would, I guess, move that we send as many board trustees as possible that would like to go up to the June 2 to 4 spring assembly in 2022 in Red Deer, and that we use that as information as to whether we should join in the fall.
Christine.
I guess I'll need clarification on this because each trustee has $4,500 in professional development that they spend. We already exclude ASBA from that tally. So if a trustee chooses to go, are we taking that from your 4,500 professional development? Because our budget actually isn't set up to do two big ones like 2 ASBAs and a PSBA a year for it. Like we don't have those kind of funds in our budget. So that's just a question.
Craig?
I would say this year that we would do it out of our own PD fund, and then at the budget time, look at the implications and have a further discussion.
Okay. Tyler?
I know the PSBA in the past has had kind of like a trial membership or something like that. Has anyone checked into that to see if they're offering that at all for, 2 months or 6 months or a meeting or something like that?
Yep. And they have certainly extended that a few times, and I would assume that for this they would look at extending that, like that you would get the member rate to go to attend their spring general assembly. So
that's
yeah.
one thing. I just thought I'd throw that out because I knew they had done that in the past. So for anyone that's interested, I'm not around for this meeting, so I won't be there for sure. And PSBA personally, for me, I'll just make the comment, doesn't interest me. Like I said, we looked at this years ago, and things might be different now, everything else, but I just didn't see the value in it personally before, so I wouldn't be excited about doing it. But if the board, if you guys go and you decide that you want to be in PSBA and you see value in it, then I'll support that. But personally, it wouldn't be something I would be that gung-ho about.
Sounds good. Further conversation? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Did you want to restate your? I thought you made a motion. He did make a motion. So.
Do we need a motion to attend something, or would this be an information item to say this is available on these dates? If you would like to attend, it's available.
So you go ahead, Craig.
The motion is that as we attend, we look at possibly joining ASB or PBSA. So it wouldn't be just you can attend on your own. It would be for a specific reason. Yeah, there's an intent there. The motion would read that the board send as many trustees as they want or would like to go to the Public School Boards Association Spring General Assembly from June 2 to 4th, 2022, with the intent of looking at further membership in the fall. This particular meeting would come out of our professional development budget, personal professional development budget, and then that we would have a further discussion at budget on the implications of joining next year.
Just checking if Leanne did. So Craig, did you want the PD allocation for the 22-23 as part of this, or did you want to hold on that?
No, it would be our PD fund for 21-22.
I know. So, but then you're saying, and that we would review that in the fall, or do you want to hold off on that part?
Oh, we could hold off that. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
a
because it's
separate-
so,
okay.
like it's.
I'll hold off on that part, but with the understanding that we would look at it.
Perfect. That's just part of your, okay.
Yeah.
So Leanne, could you read that back maybe?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Any questions or comments on the motion? Yeah. Any questions or comments on the motion? Seeing none, those in favor? And those opposed? I didn't see your hand. You were up? Okay, sounds good. That was carried. Yep. Perfect. And then the fuel prices, Christine.
Thank you. We had received a letter from the Student Transportation Association of Alberta. We were CC'd on, they're sending to Minister LaGrange to, of course, talk about the increases that are being seen fairly recently with the price of diesel and other fuels and the impact on transportation. And the back in 2014, when we had a similar situation with fluctuating fuel prices, the Alberta government had a fuel price contingency fund that they paid to school boards when the price had exceeded, I think it was $1.06 a liter at the time. And so they are recommending that they implement that fund for school boards to help with the rising cost of diesel fuel. And so I have drafted a letter, should it be the wish of the board to have the board chair send a letter, a similar letter. Ours looks a little different, and I've got a draft there for you, recommending that they do implement that fund to support school boards, and that we're actually supporting the Student Transportation Association's recommendations that they're putting forward. Our experience is a little different from the exact fuel prices they have, and just to give context, since we've signed our contract with Southland in August 2020, the wholesale price of fuel charged has gone up 106%. That's for diesel, or sorry, for propane. Most of our buses run on propane, and then diesel at 69%. And then diesel was $2 a liter as of March 15th, 2022. And so there is a significant income. Roughly when fuel is not in a huge escalation, it's 10% of our busing costs. So right now it's hovering at 20% of our busing costs. So it's about 300,000 increase in our busing costs. So we can't absorb that for a long period of time.
Okay. So questions, Craig?
So Christine, in our, Southland probably has it in that if the price of gas goes up, we pay for it.
Yeah, so when we did the quote, and we have a 5-year quote at a base price, I'm not going to say it because it's, you know, it's a base price of fuel per bus per day, and a fuel escalator. So if, and so they set a price of what that fuel was in August 2020. And if it goes each month, it's evaluated on the wholesale price, their wholesale price, which is quite a bit less than retail. Their wholesale price goes up, then there's a multiplier factor, and if it goes down, then we get it. The price fuel was pretty low when they quoted, so That's why you see 106% increase in propane. It's quite large.
So no, I would support that.
Okay, other comments, questions? So looking for somebody to make the motion that is, the recommendation is there.
I move that we send a letter to Minister Lagrange, read the letter written by the Student Transport Association of Alberta.
Yeah, motion's right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
The board chair write a letter on behalf of the school division, Lethbridge School Division, to Minister Lagrange requesting that Alberta Education re-implement the fuel price contingency fund to support school divisions with the fluctuating cost of fuel.
No, seeing no further questions or comments. Those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
And division heights. Who would like? Tyler's like looking at me. Go ahead, Tyler.
I actually have one this time, so I'll go. Or someone else takes it. Or someone else takes it when they went to GS Lakeys Unite. If you didn't get to see that, wow, you missed out. It was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic, especially considering nothing like that has been done in so long. It was just so nice to see. And I went to a matinee performance with Lakey, and then two elementary schools were there. So it was chaos. They were just so excited and bouncing and oh, they're screaming. It was fantastic chaos is what it was. So kudos to everybody who participated that, put it on. And I mean, sometimes there was over 100 people on stage at one time. So that was fantastic.
Excellent. Thanks, Tyler. Who would like to go next? Christina.
So I had the opportunity to be connected to some students via the vice principal this month, and the students wanted to speak about some things that they were experiencing in their school related to racism, oppression, and I was very honored that their vice principal identified me to talk to them and that the students were willing to talk to us as a board. And I got like 8 pages of notes. It was such a good conversation. And I'll be supporting them to bring some of their concerns to different platforms that they have available to them as students, including at some point to our board, so they can speak for themselves. I asked, what parts do you want me to share and which parts do you not want me to share? And so they just mostly wanted me to share that this is an area of work that they are interested in hearing back from the board and from their principals and from their school, but that they would like to share their concerns themselves. And so we'll be helping them between their school and myself find the right kind of spaces. But mostly for me, the highlight was just, the passion that we all know from students in our division, that they're such great self-advocates. They, like all, oppressed communities or communities seeking equity, are experts on their own experience. And these 2 students in particular were just another example of students in our division who are so articulate, so looking out for not just for themselves, but for their whole community. And we're seeking really productive ways to engage in a conversation that they already know won't change things necessarily in their school experience because of their age, but that they want to be leaders in their student community for sort of the next generation of students, that they know that our school is interested in supporting them, and that they were, because of that, willing to have a conversation. And so I was just really moved by the self-advocacy, the commitment to equity, and their willingness to see us as a willing partner in their search for equity in their school. So I was really moved by that and really grateful for the school in supporting that conversation for students at a different level, because not all young people understand what boards are, and helping them understand where they could have different conversations was just a really great conversation. So.
Excellent. Thanks for sharing. Andrea.
Westminster had a wonderful virtual Pink Shirt Day assembly, and they zoomed in with lodges, and it was just so incredible to see that cross-generational celebration. And Christine Lee and I hope to go to Becky Fletcher's class for her speech competition coming up. And also of note, Bobby, who chairs the meetings, was instrumental in helping with the Indigenous exhibits at the Galt, and she was gifted a Blackfoot name. So we all rejoiced with her because we know how special that is. I attended Proby's 100th day of school and loved seeing the little children all dressed as 100-year-olds and got to get out my grandma's hat. So that was awesome. I attended Churchill's Shrek, which was amazing. It was Broadway quality. Again, we were together, and the music was amazing. I enjoyed the Vic Park presentation this month. That's well thought out. I also went to Unite, and wow, as you say, when you see that many children on stage all dancing, it's amazing. And children with exceptionalities too. I just love seeing them on the stage, and it was wonderful. I love the Indigenous education presentation by Morag and Melissa Purcell. It was very touching and inspiring. I went to General Stewart School on St. Patrick's Day. I caused chaos, I'm afraid, when I walk in a room, so I had to apologize to those subs. I'm so sorry. And I got to read to the students, and I was hoping to attend their council meeting, but that is not going to happen. So when you see me texting, you'll know I'm just texting over to there, that I don't think I'll get there. But anyway, when I look back at the calendar, I feel touched that I get to go to so many places. So thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. And Jenny?
It's hard to pick what to highlight when I think back of all the things I've had the opportunity to see and do and be a part of over the month. March feels like it must have been really long because I've been able to see and do lots, and so it's hard to pick, but I think that I'll highlight LCI. There was a couple of different interactions at LCI this month that I was just so impressed with the students and the parents' engagement part, as well as the educators there. And one of the things that impressed me was attending their school council meeting. And we had a student that came just of her own interest, and she piped in with her perspective. And it was just so neat to see that confidence and that self-driven interest and involvement, and the way that the adults in the room really tried to mentor her and encourage her and appreciate her. And so I appreciated that, as well as how hard their teams played in their zones tournaments for their basketball. They played their hearts out for the ones that I was able to go watch, but it was neat too to watch their peers cheer for them in the stands as well. That's kind of a fun thing to see, that school spirit coming out. And they also had a dance show, their Awakenings show. So fantastic performers and just an incredible thing going over there. And so I'll highlight that for now.
Thanks, Jenny, for sharing. Craig?
Due to technical difficulties, I missed the Wilson Middle School, I missed our Victoria Park thing, and I missed the Indigenous meeting. But I would just like to make this comment. After being in the States and reading the news and talking to educators down there that I met, no matter how bad it is up in Alberta, we're a heck of a lot better off than what they are in the States. And I might just say that we need to appreciate, even though we find it difficult sometimes with our Department of Education, we've got a lot better system than it'll ever be in most of the United States. So I just want to pass that on, as that we should be appreciative of what we do have.
Absolutely. Thanks, Craig, for sharing. Christine?
I was able to attend LCI Awakening, and it was phenomenal. Jordan and Koji did such a great job mentoring those kids and putting together such a great show. And yeah, it was great just to see family and friends be able to take that in and celebrate the students' accomplishments. I had a couple of really good school council meetings this month, and I really did appreciate the community conversations evening. It was encouraging to see more parents come out. It was encouraging to see how engaged they were, and it wasn't a one and done trustee conversation. Most people went around and really truly did engage and want to meet with us and connect with us, and so definitely a valuable evening, and looking forward to continuing that. And I took puppies to Churchill High School, and I was given the wellness room for a morning. And so I got to hang out with students all morning, and I loved that. I love hanging out with students and just getting to know them a little bit better. So that was one of my favorite mornings. A few cleanups.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing, Christine. So for me, definitely some of the athletic piece. So being able to hang out at our high school provincials for curling, and the amazing curlers in all of our high schools that we had out there curling their hearts out, and spent the Thursday, Friday, Saturday out there, and they did fabulous. And at the same time, wrestling was going on, the provincials for that. So we were getting in the word as a lot of our athletes in wrestling were winning their matches up in Calgary. We were getting those highlights while we were at curling, so it was great to hear those. I attended the Lakeview School Council meeting, and one thing that I thought was really great is they talked lots about getting outside and really having those outside classrooms and walking. And then one part that I thought was really interesting was that they're going to look at doing one of their school council meetings as a walking school council meeting. So they'll walk and have their school council meeting. So I thought that was a great way to look at involving parents in that piece and that parent engagement. And then Nicholas Sharon, I was able to attend the school council meeting there, and they've been putting their thinking hats on about how they're going to spend the Alberta School Engagement Grant money, the $500, and to look at that parent engagement piece. And they've really worked hard on making sure that they can be very inclusive in their school council meetings, and looked at the piece of interpretation. And so they are going to be hosting a parent evening, and have a speaker in one room and an interpreter in another room, so that we can engage with more of our families that might have challenges due to language barriers. So I thought that was great to hear. And then it was a fabulous presentation for our Indigenous awareness from both Morag and Melissa. It was great to learn what our division is doing with the grad coaches, and just to know and understand more. And then, of course, listening to Melissa is always a great opportunity. So. And then I agree as well with the community conversations. And yes, we're going to speak about those later, but I think that just as a highlight, it was great to be able to be out at the community conversations and to meet parents. To me, it was very much of what the intent was when we first talked about community conversations, of how do we reach families that we wouldn't otherwise see. So a number of the families that came were families that aren't engaged with us in other ways. So they're not families that necessarily all come to our school council meetings, and they were families that had never spoken with a board trustee. So it was great for us to be able to, as trustees, to navigate them around the room so that they could engage with other trustees. And I very much felt that the parents felt comfortable in the situation and comfortable to be able to speak with the trustees. So I think that that's definitely a highlight for me. So that's it for my highlights. Thank you, everybody. And actually moving on to community conversations. So we did have our community conversations. It went well. There was lots of great topics and great discussion. And we have our next one coming up. So as Christina said, it is on April 13th. That's the Wednesday. Is that right? From 8:30 to 10. And it's going to be, and there's not an email out yet, Tyler, because it was just decided yesterday. Today was the confirmation of the date. Again, with looking at that intention of reaching more families, we're doing it a daytime one, and hopefully catching some families. They drop their students off at school, and then they can come and join us as trustees definitely recognizing that some of our trustees might not be able to attend just because of work schedules, but if you are able to come, it's a great opportunity to come and meet parents. This one we're doing at the Y, with ensuring that we have space for the parents that might come with some younger children, and that they can run around, and we'll have some balls and activities or whatever for them to play while the parents can engage with us during that time. So just looking for trustees' feedback on the last community conversations and anything going forward. Andrea, you're like...
Well, I was a little lost, but I even bonded over a family over that. They offered to lead me to where I should actually be. So
she
it was
just
immediate bonding.
Didn't come to the youth center part of Boys and Girls Club, but we found you. You found us. Hi. Christina.
Yeah, I thought it was a great session, and I was joking the other day. I was like counting everyone in my head. It was like, we got to 15 people, 5 times the amount of the last one. So let's go with that statistic. And I think that bodes well. I think there was lots of, oh, I didn't know this was happening. Yes, it is. It'll be monthly. It'll be able to share a bit more, and so I think we'll see continued engagement that way, which was great. And there was some good conversation on the topics that were covered mostly for me were bell times. Got some great information about gifted and talented programming from a parent advocate, which is not an area that I know a lot about as a non-parent. So that was great to hear from someone with more experience, which I've appreciated from these sessions, just hearing from the community's expertise and their own experiences. Questions about what kind of programs are available after school for families. And I think that was also triggered just by the location, which I think is great. I think it models that we're interested in connecting with our community. So that was helpful because obviously BGC had their whole little table set up with all their information. So that was wonderful to be able to make some referrals. And then just some conversation around the desire among families to see a reinvestment in relationships in more traditional ways. So, in a sort of fewer restrictions era, to see that we would be reinvesting in that. And I think that was, I felt confident that we could affirm that we share that based on our conversation at our strategic planning, that we also share that desire to promote relationship as a real pathway to successful learning. So it was great conversations. I'm looking forward to the next one.
Good. One thing that did some discussion that we had at the very end with the trustees that were there was just in regards to attendance, just so that we could kind of keep track. In further thought of that, certainly some families come because they do want that anonymity. So consideration would be that we have a sign-in sheet so that parents can put their contact information if they want, or advising them that they can just put that their numbers, whether it was 2 parents, 1 parent, 1 adult, whatever, and then however many children, if they're not comfortable putting their identifying information, because we certainly don't want that to be a barrier to any families coming, but it is helpful for us to just kind of know the numbers and the areas, and if that time, and just see if, so that we can look further ahead at that piece. So that would be my suggestion going forward with us looking at that attendance piece. So, and then a huge thank you to BC for offering the space for us. And we have a thank you card going out to them. It was fabulous. They prepared some snacks and beverages for the families that did attend, and they had their youth come and do that. So it was just one of those just extra additional pieces, nice pieces that came along with that. Christina.
Yeah, I just wanted to do a shout out for the youth. So the event was actually ended up being on that evening because in collaboration with communicating with BDC, it was like, when would be a good time for you? Obviously they have programs, but we actually were able to marry it with their leadership evening. And so it was entirely oriented by the youth. And I think except for one student, they were all students at our schools. And so it was great to even be able to chat with them. I was able to do a bit of a this is what a board is and how they can engage with us and hearing from them a little bit. So 15 plus the 6 youth that were there. So, yeah.
Awesome. Okay, so moving forward, if we can just ensure as a division that that communication does go out to our school councils, is on our Facebook page, through Messenger, all those pieces, probably right away. And then usually I've been working with Garrett so that the week of, early in that week, that there's another notification out. So, and then as trustees, if we can be sharing that, I know a number of trustees are certainly doing that at their school council meetings. So if we can continue just sharing that information out. So. Thank you. And then moving on to structure of board meetings. So this is just simply in regards to us opening back up our regular meetings to allow the public to attend in person starting with next month. So it's my recommendation that we see what, if you guys are all in favor of that, that we move forward with that for April. Yes, yep. At this point, we would do that hybrid piece. So, and then I have had questions in regards to the partitions, and I don't know if that's something division-wide or, pardon me? Okay. Yes, public. Sounds good. Okay. And then the ASBA Spring General Meeting. So the ASBA Spring General Meeting is coming up June 6th to the 7th in Red Deer. I know that Leanne needs confirmation to be booking those hotel rooms for us, and just looking if you guys have any questions. There's certainly pieces that we as a board will be needing to vote on. One of those things is the ASBA budget. So it's important that if you're not able to attend, that we definitely have discussion about that. So we'll certainly add that to our May board meeting, but I just encourage you to take an opportunity to attend. It's great to network with other trustees from across the province, see what they're doing, and just really to understand the political landscape piece of ASBA and the advocacy pieces that ASBA does. So are there any questions about the spring general meeting? No, Andrea?
Will it be available online again? It will be a
Yes.
hybrid?
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
is available
Okay,
hybrid.
Thank
So.
you.
Okay, so if you can let Leanne know by Friday, and then she can at least book those initial rooms, and then if you wish to get further rooms, then you can work together with Leanne. But by Friday, if you can let her know if you plan to attend, and then otherwise you might get released from those original rooms, and it's hard to get rooms. So perfect. And moving on to board funding support to school councils. So the background is there in regards to that the board has typically supported one parent registration cost at each school to attend the Alberta School Council Association annual general meeting held each spring. And typically that as a school board, we allocate the $250 if a parent was wishing to go. I had asked Cheryl a couple months ago to pull the data together just to look at how many parents have been attending those, accessing the funds for that piece. And then we did have a number of conversations at our at the division school council meeting in regards to the $250 and how can parents use that in other ways. So school councils have been having the conversations in regards to the grant money that they're getting for parent engagement from the province, and there's limitations to that piece. So parents have been asking if they can have more flexibility around the $250 that we as a board provide. So we're just looking for some advice if we're in agreement that we can be flexible with that $250 moving forward. And Christina has a question.
Do we provide other funding to the school councils?
Say that again?
Do we provide other funding to the school councils? Yeah. Okay.
We give them the $250 plus we pay for one registration to the, one registration to the school council conference.
And we also pay for their membership
membership
to Alberta School Council Association.
Yeah.
So their membership, their One registration per school and the 250 per school.
Yep.
So without any budget implications, it is recommended that we look at still paying for parents if they wish to attend to go to the ASCA conference and AGM. This year it is virtually, but that we look at funding those pieces fully going forward. And there wouldn't be budget implications at this point, given our past history of the usage of that, and that the $250 would have more flexibility and not have the limitations of it being used to support parents that wanted to go up to the ASCA conference. So, Tyler.
Sorry, I'm just a little confused still. More flexibility with the 250, that's great. I'm all for that. I'm not sure what is restricted on that now. Like, are we?
So the original intent of the 250 was to support a parent if they were choosing to go up to the ASCA conference. So it was kind of we pay as a board, we'll pay for your registration fee, and which is typically around $350, $360. And then we'll also give your school council this $250. If you have a parent going, we would ask you use that $250 to support that parent to go. If you don't have a parent going, then you can use that $250 for other parent engagement piece. So we'll remove the piece of that $250 should go to that parent that is going up to the ASCA conference. Here's your $250 and you can use it as you see fit for parent engagement. Some of them are wanting to purchase snacks to go along with the grant, the money that they're getting at this point, but that flexibility would be there for them to do what they wish with it. And then that we would support if a parent wanted to go to the ASCA conference, we would pay registration and we would pay expenses for them to go. And it's still within what we budget currently without us needing any budget changes.
Two things. First is, it's funny because I was looking at this and I was thinking, boy, with inflation the way it is, 250 hasn't moved in years. I was thinking, oh, maybe we should have a discussion. Then here it was. So that was good timing. So I'm totally fine with the one part of it, the moving the 250 to do whatever you want with it. That's fine, as long as it's supporting parent council in some way, positively. I have a number of issues around paying all the expenses for someone to go to a conference. That's a very slippery slope, and that could get us into more trouble and cause more problems, I think, than that's worth. Just for saying, okay, well now, are you covering my mileage? Okay, are you covering my hotel room? Are you covering my meals? Okay, so if I don't, so this person stayed in this really nice hotel room, you're going to pay for that, and I stayed at the Holiday Inn, and there's just too many factors for me on that aren't good. Or, oh, I stayed with my brother, but you should pay me $50 a night because I stayed at my brother's house. So I would definitely want to stay away from covering expenses, so to speak. I'm fine with putting, if you want to do something along that lines, that's fine, but I think you need to put a dollar amount on it and just say, we will cover this many dollars of expense for someone to go, rather than we'll cover the expenses.
Christine.
Okay, first of all, my understanding was the 250 we gave to school council was flexible. They could use it for whatever they want. They could use it for expenses of the school council. They could use it for registration. They didn't have any restrictions. So that's my understanding. It was flexible, the 300. So when you say there's no budget implications, when we pay someone's full expenses to go up to Edmonton and stay in a hotel, just as Tyler is, that's got huge budget inputs. Like if we're talking $1,500 a person. So that's, and we did not get an increase, by the way, in the governance envelope in the budget. It stayed flat. So I'm hearing a few things that are starting to concern me for budget, because we're starting to add to things that we don't have increased money. So just something to consider. I agree that 250 is probably not enough anymore. I agree with you there. But
so, okay.
We got to watch that.
And in conversation that I had with Cheryl, it was that there wouldn't be huge budget implications. And when we had that discussion, it was around supporting parents to attend, that those costs would be expense similar to a trustee would be expense. So you would have a typical conference hotel and meals and then fuel expenses. So, but we can certainly look at putting some parameters around that. Cheryl?
And right now, of course, our trend has been that it's really hasn't been attended or accessed. When I said no budget implications, if we were to keep the same trend we have now, there wouldn't be budget implications. But if you're going to take 2 nights in a hotel, travel, well, like you are getting to 1,000, and Christine's right, $1,000, $1,500. Whoa, yeah, and that could really add up real fast. And so maybe what we should do is take a look at, and because is there a maximum? Because it would be, so someone could come in and claim $1,500, right? $500 travel, then you got $500 this, and then plus the registration fee. So now you are looking at $1,500. Yeah. But this year's online, right?
This year's online.
So we've got time to take a look at, I mean, the 250, the parents that asked me about that, I said to them, it's always been flexible. I mean, it was intended to target parents attending the AGM, but could also be used for other parent PD or could be used for any parent event. And then we'll clarify that at the school council meeting in April. But I guess we do have some time to think about, should there be a cap on here? I don't know.
I have Craig and then Christine.
Yeah. In the past, before COVID, approximately how many parents went to the conference?
Typically, it was 2 to 4 parents over the previous years.
So I agree we need a cap, but I also agree we need a cap on how many can attend. Because if all of a sudden, and you know how people are, if we say you get $1,500, all of a sudden we're going to have 24 people wanting to go up. So I think it would be wise to discuss a maximum number that can go up and the total that can be spent per person.
Pardon me?
We pay for a couple people from district school council go rather than one per school council. That would be a little more, that's, at least we have representation, and then others could if they wanted to, but we could pay, we could pay those costs up to maybe a maximum dollar for 2 to 3 from district school council, and then we at least have representation.
Yep. So we can certainly bring this back. When I originally had brought this forward, I'd certainly wanted to make sure that it was outlined so as it was potentially a budget implication. And I was told just to bring it like this, so this is how I brought it, but I will certainly take it back and bring it forward again. Yep. You're good. So we will bring this back at the April meeting with some more specifications in it going forward. And it's just really looking at how do we support parents so that they can attend, as well as provide the flexibility with the 250. So at this point, can we at least look at the 250 piece, that we will remove it from being attached to the ASCA conference in any way, and it will be the 250 will be flexible, and then that can go forward to DSC on April 4th. I got that's agreement around the room for that. Okay, good. Sorry, that was so much conversation. Moving on to Policy Advisory Committee. And have anything else, Craig? Okay. Pardon me? It's just the committee report. Yep, not policies. Prior to is the action with the policies. This is his report. So moving on to Division School Council, Christine.
Yes, we had a great turnout. The link to the minutes is included there. As per most meetings, we're talking about exploring in-person versus hybrid and what that's going to look like. So nothing has been decided officially as of yet. There was an ask for direction to policies on school violence,
And so Morag guided us to policy 502.1 through to policy 502.1.11. And it was just a parent asking for those policies so parents can be aware of where to go to discover how the division makes decisions and just the parameters of that. We spoke to the engagement fund that the province has given school councils of $500. So just really good brainstorming of how schools can utilize that funding. I thought couple of ideas, just engagement evening, guest speakers, and Nicole Agnes Davidson is talking about having parent French classes. I thought that was a really fantastic idea. And then they spoke to ASCA on April 23rd to 24th, and our next meeting is on April the 4th.
Any questions for Christine? Just a reminder that any trustee that wishes to attend Division School Council can certainly join on. And are we having both the hybrid for April? Was there a decision on that? Okay.
It is hybrid in April,
okay.
Yes.
So any trustees that wish to attend in person or online is certainly welcome to attend. Tyler, go ahead. Oh, okay, sounds good. And next is the Facilities Committee. Tyler.
Either myself and or Christine worked really hard in putting together a lovely committee report there. So it's there. I have nothing else unless anyone has any questions.
Perfect. Any questions for Tyler? Seeing none, we'll move on to the Poverty Intervention Committee and Christina.
Yeah, my report is also there. Just a couple highlights. One, we had students from Winston Churchill High School provide a presentation about some of the work that they've done on addressing poverty within their own community. And holy moly, these kids are so busy. Oh my gosh. And also, I just want to highlight their excellent slogan for their food drive, that every revolution begins with a snack, and I am adopting that. So good for them. And wanted to provide a board thank you to University Drive Alliance Church for the donation of ground meat, and to Evangelical Free Church for the donation of a month's worth of wham bag supplies via the Poverty Intervention Committee. Those are great community allies and have made a real difference in poverty intervention in our community. And then in May, we're going to be doing sort of a highlight from schools. So each group represented on the committee has been asked to go and bring back a little bit of information that we can celebrate at the end of the year around sort of site-specific poverty intervention strategies, just because this committee is at that sort of division level and board level, and we wanted to make sure we highlight the small ways that poverty is intervened with in the community at that school site level. So also just wanted to share the gratitude back from the committee around the board's advocacy on public transportation. That was shared and appreciated.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
And sorry, and we did introduce that the terms of reference has changed, and Christine will be joining as our second trustee on that committee going forward.
Excellent. Great to hear. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay. Seeing none, we have correspondence received. So the letter from the minister is there. There's a couple. Are there any questions on either of those letters? Craig?
With them giving us $250,000 for a playground, are we allowed to fundraise to top that amount?
We're going to have to fundraise or
Ask for more.
Get somebody to kick in. I'm working on what I can do maybe with the city. Yes, and yeah, we'll have to either that or it waits for a school council.
Okay.
And I rather have a playground be
Right.
there when it opens versus it wait 4 years for a school council that's
Is this
established.
an area that we could approach our MLAs on too? To help get more money?
You can, yeah.
All right, as a board?
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
Okay.
Jenny?
I've been a part of 2 playground committees, and it comes from the sweat and equity of parents.
Sounds good. And it does come from lots of parent effort for sure, and community. So the infrastructure minister letter is there as well. See no questions.
I have a question on that one.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Christina.
So I'm trying to understand more, but from what I read, I have concerns around P3 construction of schools. And I just want to know if there's, is there information I could have, or where could I read more about how that impacts our school's operation of the school? Yeah. I don't even know the question I'm asking because an area I don't know a lot about.
Well,
but
I'll know more as I work through this myself, because this is our first P3. The quick answer to how it works is they go out for basically a procurement process to build a bundle of schools. So right now we're one of 4 schools. I think it's 4 or 5 schools that they're going to build. And they go out and they, so we've got what we call schematic design, and we're going through design development. We've got this kind of basic design. Each other school is a basic design. It's go out for procurement. Usually a financing consortia will basically bid to build it. And once they take that over, they build it. We have no control over, they could substitute different materials, different things, as long as they build a school to a certain kind of design standard. They build it, and then technically there's an operating agreement that we will sign. They basically maintain it for 30 years. And then once that 30 years up, it's turned over to us. I guess it's a fairly lengthy agreement. I think it's 200 pages is what I've been told from people who've gone through it. And then we, there's rules on how we, if we need to do something, the school processes we need to go through. We're responsible for caretaking. There'll be a kind of a line in the sand of where we're responsible, where they're responsible. I think there's, in past agreements, there's rules on when they actually shoveled or when they actually cleared snow, and when they didn't. And so they said they ironed out some of the past issues. So until I really dig into it, I'm kind of learning right along with you, Christina. So as I know more, I can definitely brief you on it, because I know they're still working out details like that.
And I appreciate that. And yeah. I think it's just something for us to note as a board, like if this is our first P3, there's a lot of conversation about P3 construction and operation across the country on a variety of public work infrastructures, and it can have significant implications for our community at every stage, right? And so I think it's something that we as a board need to stay attuned to, and so we would appreciate, check back in when there's more information. There's just so many implications, not just for our classrooms, but like you said, you've mentioned all these pieces, right? Like all of those are alarming. And so
the thing I don't like about it is we lose flexibility with this project. An example, when you're doing your own construction, so when we construction Plaxton, as we went through the process, we saw places that, we can save money here, well, we can enhance this, or we can do this. We saw an opportunity to incorporate solar themed pieces into the playground that was able to work with the educational component of our solar grant. Therefore, I had an actual playground built when the school was developed. So versus I did some fundraising, but I didn't have to do to the extent that you would normally have to. So there was flexibility with all those pieces when you're in control of the project. We lose all control of those abilities to shift courses and make adjustments as we go through, unfortunately. So,
so thank you for the information, and it's just to the board that we pay attention to that.
Thanks for bringing that up, Christine, and Christine for bringing information back to us. Craig.
Yeah, thanks, Christina, for bringing that up, because I remember reading about the P3 in Calgary, and it was a nightmare. The company did not take care of the building. They did not allow the school board to take care of the building. At least we've got our caretakers, and that other one, they had their own caretakers. And so it just makes it a real, and I think it was in North Calgary that it took place, and none of the families, none of the parents attending there enjoyed it. It was just a devastating situation. So yes, we have to be very careful.
Thank you. So we need to, at this point, have a motion to move back into camera. Yeah, we'll move into camera and then we can move off of camera. So Christine, you'd like to make that motion, and those in favor? And that's